Here. Mr. Miller. Mr. Mortensen.
Here.
Mr. Tadolini.
Here.
Mr. Winsheimer.
Here.
Mr. Chard.
Here. We do have a quorum. Please rise and join us for the pledge of allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item of business, approval of agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the agenda. Is there any debate? There is no debate. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Garrett.
Aye.
Mrs. Hanson.
Aye.
Mr. Miller. Mr. Mortensen.
Aye.
Mr. Tadolini.
Aye.
Mr. Winsheimer.
Aye.
Mr. Chard.
Aye. Motion passes. Next item of business, consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as posted?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as posted. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Garrett. Aye. Mrs. Hanson.
Aye.
Mr. Miller. Mr. Mortensen.
Aye.
Mr. Tadolini.
Aye.
Mr. Winsheimer.
Aye.
Mr. Chard.
Aye. Motion passes. Next item of business, community comment. Is there anybody here for community comment this time? There's no community comment. Now the fun part. Celebrations. Mrs. Cody, would you like to introduce our guests and share some of the celebrations?
I would be happy and most honored to. So I had the privilege of being at state wrestling this past weekend, and I've gone a lot of times to state wrestling, and I will tell you the caliber of individuals, the work ethic of this team is beyond any that I've seen. Their character and just how they would cheer each other on and how they've endured and all that they've accomplished to become our 2025 3A state champions. We also have Coach Cox received Coach of the Year. He was a co-coach of the year for 3A, so I want to celebrate that. We also had 3 state champions. If you would rise when I tell you, Austin Lay, Richie Bruno, and Nicholas Dardanus. Here tonight. So, and then we also had some state placers, and let me get their names, have them here. So we have Levi Cox.
He is.
It's okay, it's
He
allowed.
misunderstood where he was supposed to go.
It's 100% okay, we get it. It's okay. I should have warned everyone, right? I'm gonna call you out.
I offered to drive, let him ride with me, but he demanded to drive on his own.
It's 100% okay. We'll give him a hard time when he comes, when I see him. Riley Tuck, Christian Astorga, and Olivia Herrera. So will you just join me in celebrating them first?
Yes.
We are going to take a picture. I know that I love pictures. We're going to take a picture of with the board, because the board I know wants to celebrate you and shake your hands as well. A lot of endurance here. They overcame injuries. I know with Riley Tuck, several of you, right? I would hear about the injuries, and all that you have overcome this season is phenomenal. And then I had the pleasure too, after the state championship, Coach Cox invited me down. I just got to talk to a few of them, and very humble, very grateful, very kind, and then met with them at the hotel afterwards, and again, just stellar individuals. So we have so much to celebrate. A state championship in wrestling is incredibly difficult, and that they did that is awesome. We're celebrating. So we're going to take a picture. If we'll come up here, and then once you take a picture, then Lacey and I, and whoever wants to help us, we're going to cut this cake. You can come see the cake on your way, and we just want to celebrate you. So, all right, let's take a picture. You can. Sorry, I don't know if you want to use yours or mine. We'll just come right up here, if that's all right? Just kind of fill in here. How's that?
a lot of room.
I love your shirts. Those are so cool. That is awesome. Nice job, Olivia.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Big ways.
We'll just fill in. We're going to face this way.
Thank you.
Face me. So we'll kind of get in the middle, however you want.
Let me stand behind you.
Yeah, why don't we split on either side? So if we could get more of you at the middle, and then we'll put the board on either side. How's that sound?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Why don't you all come like over in this section? All right. How's that? Lacey's got this.
Well, I should be over here. Might be the only one over there.
There you go. There you go.
It's totally fine.
Ready?
Okay.
Perfect. All right.
Good job.
Board of Education, do you want a moment to say anything?
Congratulations.
Good job.
Yeah, absolutely. Way to work.
It's impressive.
I'll just say, it takes a ton of grit to do what you guys did, and the key to that victory is the drive that you had, right? That persistent drive that you guys had since you were little kids, and don't forget that, because we've got to figure out a way to transfer that to the younger kids, right? So think about ways you can do that, to give them that drive, because motivations are temporary, right? You can get a little motivation to go out and do that today, but to do it year after year after year, like a lot of you guys have done, it takes more than motivation, it takes that drive. So find ways that you can pass that on to your community. That's huge.
And your coach Cox may have preached this, I don't know, but hard work will beat talent when talent doesn't work hard, right?
That's true. Yeah, tomorrow they're actually invited, they're gonna, as a team, go see, all these guys help with our club when they have time.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, the club state tournament is this weekend, and these guys are going to practice tomorrow for exactly that kind of message.
Yeah, it's great.
And get them pumped up for.
But you can eat now, right? Everybody can eat? That's awesome. Go have some cake then.
And thank you to the district, for putting us up. It was great to stay and not have to come home on those roads Saturday night. That's such
Absolutely.
a late hour, and trust me, they've been eating ever since.
Good job.
Congratulations. Good
How
job.
about it, guys?
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, you have to come get some cake. You can't leave without cake. Sorry.
It's all right. Go get it.
Thank you.
Which happens to be use facing a returning situation.
Coach is here. Look at that. How exciting. Here we go.
And also we did jumping. That's like, it was great. Did your boys miss it?
Very good.
My girl's skin. Just with the adjustment. It was competitive, but not recognized.
Yeah, he was the best at
Yeah, that one wasn't chest improvement.
How to push that? And there's more. You guys said I was like, that is adorable. Or it was just, it reminds me of like those things that like are. Congratulations. All right, who needs a second? All right, there we go. There you go. Here's one. You're welcome. Who else needs a second piece? All right, good. And
I got it up.
Okay.
She clicked the button the other night that had it on her phone.
Oh, right there, yeah.
So this, that way I can just follow her.
There you
There
go.
we go. I'm caught up.
Yep, now you're on to the curriculum instruction. Look at you. Did you want that button on, Brad?
It was fun to
Want your following button? Oh, you did already.
I'm not really.
Well, I wasn't seeing it because it was scrolled up underneath. I'm like, where's my
the whole
phone?
time, right?
Oh, yeah, yours. Oh, yeah, good, like that.
Okay, another piece. Who's ready for another? What's that? Okay. All right, there's cake. I'm good. Good. Afterwards, Robert, cake. Yeah.
I'm good, thank you very much.
All right, we'll go this way. Cake. Okay, you want a bigger one? Another piece? No?
Thank you very much, Mrs.
No, you're very welcome. Thank you. Lindsay? Okay. All right, Board, would you like a piece?
Maybe later.
Okay. Sounds good. We'll just leave it? Yeah. Move on. Yes. And go ahead if you want to. Organize too. Whichever one's your ladies.
So another celebration we have for recent events, we actually have 18 students that are state qualifiers for FBLA state competition. That program's been successful for a while and they're continuing with that. Just wish them luck in their continuing competition. And then I'm not sure names, but we have some honor band and honor choir students as well.
And another share out that I want to provide is our middle school drama had a presentation, a showing on Friday and on Sunday. And it sounds like it had a great turnout, even with everything going on. So, Mr. Bass, anything you want to add to that? I know you attended on Sunday.
They did an excellent job. We had a pretty big cast for the middle school crew, so a lot of them that get to look forward to joining the high school ranks. And then Miss Horn did a great job. She actually had high school students direct the middle school. So our high school drama kids come back and direct and do backstage stuff as well. So it was kid produced all the way through.
Very neat. So high school wrestling, you don't have to stay for the whole board meeting, but if you want to, you are more than welcome to because we're really excited. But I just want to say thank you again, and if you're ready to go, you're welcome to go.
We're also not kicking you out.
You're not kicked out either. You can stay the whole night.
Thanks, guys. Does anyone else have any celebrations to share? Okay, next item of business, 6 would be curriculum instruction and assessment. Mrs. Kimball, would you please share your report with the board?
Yeah, so I'm actually going to start with our curriculum resource request presentation. So we have Jill Gleason here from Beaver Valley and Sumner Gray, who is our music teacher at Beaver Valley and Thompson, and Casey Gordonier, who is our preschool instructional coach, and administrators. So I'm going to let them give you their presentation. Just to recap really quickly, so we'll be asking for Zaner Blozier handwriting curriculum, K-5. We will also be asking for game plan and music play online for our music curriculum, K-5. And then we will be asking to renew some resources for handwriting in preschool. So I'll let Jill start with handwriting at Beaver Valley.
So we're looking at a Zaner Blozier, as Lindsay said, and it would move from K2 manuscript writing. 3rd grade would be the transition. You're moving from manuscript to cursive, and then 4th and 5th grade would continue with cursive and some review of the manuscript along the way. It kind of centers around 4 key aspects: shape, size, spacing, and slant, all the way through all of the grade levels, so very consistent in that way. And the kids learn these keys to help evaluate their own writing. There's a lot of content integration with other contents. So there's parts of speech that the kids see along the way, tying it to language arts, reading concepts like cause and effect, nonfiction, fiction, homophones, those type of things. Practice various types of writing, which ties into our Write Tools training. There's informative and narrative writing in there along the way as well. And then a little bit of science and social studies too. And then the other kind of key point is that there's just a lot of resources to it. It has a worksheet maker, which as a teacher in the classroom, I think would have just been a great resource because you're allowed to kind of make any worksheet using the handwriting that the kids are learning. So if I wanted to review parts of speech, I could type something up with that. If I wanted to review a phonics rule from the Sunday program, I could type up some words and they could practice with their handwriting while reviewing that content. So I think that's a great option. There's also family notes, and then they have extra practice worksheets that have a QR code on them that the kids can take home. And the QR code, when the family scans it, allows the parent to kind of see a demonstration of how to write that letter. And so they would know the correct way to, move through the process of writing the letter and be able to help their kiddo. So just a lot of great features with the program that we really liked. I'll let Sumner talk a little bit about the two musics.
Thank you, Mrs. Gleason. Game Plan has been an absolutely wonderful resource when I was student teaching. It focuses morely on the technical side of music, so a lot of techniques, a lot of music theory, as well as a lot of songs. So some of the songs that, if you have kids in my classroom, so for example, some of the kids are doing my first graders are doing snowflake songs. That comes from Game Plan. And Music Play Online focuses a lot on it also focuses a lot on the technical, but also a little bit on that curricular. Game Plan has more curricular, and then Music Play Online focuses more on that technical with the games and the visuals for the kids, even though Game Plan has quite a few too. Jill, is there anything that you would like to add to that?
One thing I really liked about Game Plan was in all of the grade levels, it kind of focuses on 5 areas: rhythm, melody, harmony, form, and timbre. And so right away when I saw that, my head popped to our UBDs, because I thought what a great way for him to organize his UBDs into those areas and be consistent through the grade levels in those ways. And so that was one of the things I really liked about it. It also ties in some children's literature, which is part of our quote that we have. There's a small literature package that goes with each grade level that ties the literature into his lessons that he could use. So I really liked that. The Music Play Online is just a huge, constantly updated kind of database. It has 1,800 songs, thousands of videos, 3,000 interactive games and activities that he could use. There's programs in there that he could access to help him plan programs for the grade levels. Lessons that build skills and concepts through playing instruments, and over 130 themes. And I think the other thing with Game Plan is it's very instrument based. So there's lots, and that was one of my first questions for him is, boy, this talks about using a lot of instruments. Are we gonna need to buy instruments? And he was like, no, I have a lot in my room already that fit the program.
Great.
So, yeah. Anything else?
A lot of ORF in Game Plan. As Mrs. Gleason said, a lot of hands-on with instruments, which I try to incorporate a lot of in my classroom already, but Game Plan would be like a next step up for me in being able to provide me with more resources. So this is one of the songs that it comes earlier in the curriculum. This is, I think, one of their September lessons as a welcome back to school.
Yep.
I don't know. Mr. Murphy first. We did the this before, so.
Yeah, did this before.
We know, Mr. Murphy, how do I get sound to go on here?
Share your own thing.
Thank you. Sorry, you're gonna start it. There you go.
Hands and solfege language, fine, that's so two hands, here we go. And sing it with ABC note name. Ready, sing. G, 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 A, G, E, G, 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 A, G, E. Now sing the regular song. Here we are, back at school. Always remember the golden rule. Play it while you sing. There you go. What's the golden rule? Treat others the way you want to be treated. Treat others the way you. 1, 2, song and go. Here. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Here we treat others the way you want to be treated. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Here we
And this is gameplay, correct? Game plan, yes.
Thank you.
And then music play online.
Give kind of a taste of it.
Yeah.
And they have access to the rest.
So in the document that I shared with you, there are some additional links there where you can view some more lessons. The next thing that we have that we are asking for are handwriting without tears resources at the preschool level. And they're really just, this is a resource that they've already been using at the preschool. However, they have some professional development needs since they've had some turnover with their staff. And then they also have some resources that need to be refreshed. So I'll let Casey talk to you a little bit about that.
Thanks, Lindsay. My name is Casey Guarneri, and I am the preschool instructional coach. Thank you so much for having me. So the preschool has used the Handwriting Without Tears curriculum for probably about 10 plus years. Kendra and I were talking, and we think it's roughly 10 years. And within those 10 years, teachers have not had a professional development on it, and this particular program comes with a lot of different components. A little bit of background knowledge on how this was developed is by a couple ladies who are therapists and OT therapists. And before children can write their letters and numbers and whatnot, there's so much more that they have to develop before they can write. So in this curriculum, there are different activities for the kids to do. There's a lot of hands-on materials, building their little muscles in their fingers and their large motor skills, along with a lot of literacy and math components in it as well. The teachers really wanted the PD to feel more confident in teaching their students all this different material that the curriculum offers. And also, since we've had it, there's new components that we would also like to incorporate in it as well. And then the rest of it is just things that have been used, loved, damaged within the years that they just need to be replenished. So thank you for taking a look at it. I also have materials, just a few things that I brought that I'll leave here that shows you examples of the different activities the kids would be doing during the lesson.
So our total request for this year is $82,890.79. I do want to just note that for the Zaner Blozier handwriting curriculum, they are going to have a price increase in their resources. I was able to secure a quote with the this year's pricing prior to that price increase. However, we do have to submit a purchase order before March 15th in order to get that lower pricing. And if we aren't able to, then the price will increase from $71,049.21 to $75,161.18. And this will be for 6 years of implementation.
And this will be for next year's fiscal budget.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a part of this year's. Right, any questions?
And this is all in line with our mapping, and like we're not out of sync with this particular. This is what we were on ramping originally.
That's
so
correct.
okay, great.
We also had science at the secondary campus as well as math. I kind of already shared with you that our math resources were out of cycle a little bit because we had previously purchased the integrated 1, 2, and 3, and then decided to go back to the AGA, which is the Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2. And so when we made that transition back, I was able to work with the vendor, and they gave us a credit, which is almost unheard of, especially when you've already paid for those things. So they were able to give us a credit, and we used that credit towards the AGA pathway, knowing that we would be 2 years behind. So we were planning on replenishing some of those resources this year and then next year to get caught back up to the middle school. However, after Bradley spoke with his math department and they felt like they had enough resources to be able to sustain that implementation of that curriculum for the next 2 years. We also had science up for adoption, and as we were kind of meeting at the beginning of the year, we were talking about graduation requirements and then the science. And we really decided that it would be best to wait to renew science resources until we had those graduation requirements lined out and solid. We didn't want to adopt resources that then didn't match what our graduation requirements were. So we're also going to push that adoption to next year.
Those are big ones.
They are big ones. Yep, they are big ones. Yep, and then elementary has ELA next year, and I'll talk to you a little bit about, I can do it now. So for the 26-27 year, we will be looking at language arts and phonics at the elementary level. And we're gonna do our process a little bit different this year. So we know that ELA is a big adoption, and we wanna make sure that we are doing our due diligence and finding the right resources for our teachers and our students. So typically we would start our adoption process kind of late May by giving our teachers a needs assessment to identify what resources we need from the adoption cycle. And then we would use the summer to kind of look at different vendors and start thinking about who we want to have come in and do presentations, and then we would start that process in August. This year we're going to do it a little bit different for ELA, and we're going to start that process this week. So we're meeting as a curriculum council this week, and we're going to start with a needs assessment just to identify what our needs are and for ELA. What are the areas that we want to be cognizant of that are aligned to standards that we know kids need to have early on? How does that look for K2? How does that look for 3-5? So we'll start that in February. We'll start creating some pilot protocols and processes because we want to run some pilots with different resources. So we'll have those vendors identified. Probably my guess is like March, April, and then we'll really start to get some professional development for those teachers that will lead those pilots so that they can have a successful pilot next year using those resources. And then at the secondary campus, we will move forward with science and social studies and business education.
Does anyone have any questions in regards to curriculum? Very good. Thank you guys for presenting that.
Yeah.
It was a really nice report, really complete, lots of information to look at, so it's appreciated.
Thank you, Jill. She does a great job on creating that snapshot for us, so.
She does.
Yeah.
And if you want to be excused, you're welcome to as well, unless you're wanting to hang out with us, and you're welcome to. Lindsay's going to share a curriculum report, and then
Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time and your heart for doing what's good for kids.
Okay. So moving on, in my report, I also have Atlas and our UBD implementation. So I just want to give you a little update on where we're at. So I've already shared with you last year that admin are currently going through and reviewing social studies UBDs. Once they're finished with that, they will come to the district office in March and I will review those and give feedback on them. We are going to have a little professional development refresher for staff at our March PD. Some staff are just needing a little bit more information on what goes where and how to get that in there, and especially our new staff. And so we want to make sure that we're supporting them with accessing that platform. The admin team will have a professional development on building our public site and getting that created. My hope is that we will have kind of a brush mock-up site that we can share with you then in March so that you guys can kind of see what that platform looks like. And then my big hope is that we'll have a public site built and ready to go by the end of May. And then that will be live going into next year. Then we'll continue to review and give feedback on all of our units in line with our adoption cycle. So next year, as we're implementing music, we'll also review our music UBDs. Admin will give feedback on those, and then they'll come to the district office and we'll follow a similar process and protocol with that.
Any questions on Atlas? I know we haven't seen much of that, but I think Lindsay's preparing a pretty nice presentation for us for March so we can better understand what that whole system looks like.
And that'll be shared with DAC as well, Lindsay?
Yeah, we can share that with DAC as well.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I just
We
know
can
those
share-
parents a little more hands-on, I think, in the DAC room, so
Yeah.
might be good to get their feedback. Okay.
And just depending when we get that mock-up built, like I said, my hope is for March. Might not be till April, but just
Sure.
it's coming, so we'll have it, I promise. And if we're able to share with you in March but not share with DAC until April, I think that would be okay too. The other area that we have on here is instructional focus. So as we've shared in the past, our instructional focus for this year is our learning objectives and measurable outcomes, along with student engagement, and then moving into varied assessment. So at the beginning of the year, we had focused on learning objectives and measurable outcomes. We're still focusing on those. However, we've also moved on to student engagement. So I've given you just our recap from our baseline data collection. Our target is to have 75% of brushed classrooms achieving 90% of student engagement by March 13th. And when we're thinking about 90% of student engagement, we're really focusing on students showing engagement by speaking, writing, or performing at least once in the time that we're in that room watching. Our baseline data showed us that we had 76% of our classrooms that had their objective posted. 71% of those objectives were aligned to grade level standards. 47% had a measurable outcome and aligned to grade level standards. The lesson that was happening was aligned to an objective 71% of the time. Students' work was reflective of that posted objective 71% of the time. And then we did have 76% of our classrooms had 90% of students that were engaged in speaking, writing, and performing at least once. So that was just our baseline data. We're going to continue to be in classrooms and continue collecting that data. And admin, feel free to jump in here. Part of what we're doing is when we're collecting this baseline data is also identifying areas that we need to support teachers with. So we saw a little bit of a dip in having a measurable outcome. So admin would take that information and take that back to their buildings to support their buildings. And what does that look like? What does it look like to have an objective that has a measurable outcome and help teachers to get that implemented?
So on your, when you're saying 90% of the students were engaged, that means you had 20 students in there, you're expecting 18 of them.
Yeah.
That's pretty incredible, because the last two are probably pretty tough. They're the kids that sit at the back that are quiet, don't want to say things. Is that right? I mean, you're going to have to get 100% engagement's really tough, isn't it?
And I'm just going to
Yeah,
add with
absolutely.
this is that at any time it might be two students, it might be two different students, right?
Mhm.
So when we're looking at engagement throughout the lesson or throughout the time that we're there, you still want 100%. It's not that two are not valuable and we cross those off.
Right.
We still work to get them engaged and making sure that we're scaffolding the lesson, we're doing what we need to so that they are accessing the learning. But hey, then there might be these two, so we're actively monitoring and making sure that they're engaged as well. But there could be two within a class of 20. All right. Any questions on that part? Student engagement or observations? Awesome.
One of the other things that we've identified that we really want to work on is strategic planning. And part of what we decided we wanted to do is we want to build a roadmap. We want to be able to have a document that we can give to teachers, to stakeholders, to our community that says, hey, this is where we're at, and in 5 years, this is where we want to be, and here are the steps that we're going to take to get there. We have a unique partnership with the PEBC, which is the Public Education and Business Coalition. We actually are part of a grant with them, and so this year we have 8 days of professional development that we get to utilize. One of those days we had with them today, and so we spent some time in classrooms helping them to kind of get an understanding of Brush and what it is that we're implementing and where we want to go and where we want to be. So we'll be continuing to do some work with PEBC throughout the year, and we're really focusing that work on creating our strategic plan. And I think one of the big things is creating a strategic plan at the district level and then also supporting administrators to create a strategic plan that's aligned with that for their buildings, and then identifying the professional development or professional learning that teachers need to be able to implement that strategic plan. And that's going to be aligned to what we've already talked about that we've identified as being important: objectives, measurable outcomes, student engagement, and varied assessment. PEBC also supports recruiting teachers. And so I think that that's what we originally had applied for the grant for, was for help in recruiting teachers. So we met with them today. We talked a little bit about what their pathways are for recruiting, and they actually have 7 different pathways in which they support teachers in getting their teacher's license and getting placed in schools, which was really interesting to learn about. And we kind of identified a couple pathways that we think would be really important to help share with our paras that want to be teachers, or people that are in long-term sub positions, and even people that are in our community that are interested in becoming a teacher. So we're going to have a professional development day in April, and we'll structure it to where we can have staff for about a half a day come in that are interested in becoming a teacher and kind of learn about the different pathways that PEBC can support them with. And then we will also put that out to the community for the afternoon. So PEBC will be here on that day to help support that work.
Any questions on strategic planning?
I had one. I'm just processing as you're talking. Sorry. What's our outreach look like to let the community know that they can come engage in this? Like
In the strategic planning or
in the just becoming a teacher?
We're going
part?
to do a marketing campaign.
Okay.
Lacey doesn't know that yet.
Okay, yeah.
We just came about today.
We just,
I saw this in like 10 seconds.
I'm thinking that the board of builders that has the puppies for sale and like everything goes up there. That probably would work actually.
PEDC is gonna share some marketing, stuff that they have with me, and I'll include that in my March newsletter that we send out. And we're actually going to expand that March newsletter just from being shared online to doing a printed version, around the community.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll include some information about that, and then of course we'll post it on our website and on Facebook and on our social media platforms. So hopefully we can reach quite a few people with that.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. We're also wanting to engage stakeholders in strategic planning, so we'll take some of that strategic planning to our DAC committee, and then we'll also plan as an admin team how else we can include our stakeholders in that strategic planning. Marcia and I have also been working on initiative mapping, which was the result of one of our meetings that we had the other day, and we were like, you know what, let's just go ahead and get this out there. And I just wanted to share it with you because I think it was really impactful for me to kind of identify the initiatives that had been brought up or started in prior years, and then to kind of recognize the initiatives that we're doing this year and how that contributes to each subsequent year, which is something that we had never really put on paper before. And so I think it was just really eye-opening for me in my role, and then also for administrators to see and just have it written down, which then kind of led into that strategic planning part. And hey, how do we make sure that we're able to sustain this work that we're doing, and what things are we putting in place to make sure that we're meeting our goals? And so that's where we kind of talked about having that roadmap and having those kind of checkpoints, right? Like, did we meet that? Did we get that target? Did we meet that goal? What else do we need to put in place so that we can meet those things, so that in 5 years we are where we want to be? So I really appreciated that work that we did. Next fun part is data and assessment. So assessment, we are gearing up for our CMAS, SAT, PSAT, and COALT assessments in April. I'll be meeting with school assessment coordinators this month to give them their training, and they'll be creating their schedules and getting ready to share out some parent information on what to expect for state assessments. I'm also currently working on our summer electronic benefit transfer program, which is just one of the state data collections that we are required to submit. This is a collection that that takes our free and reduced students and identifies if they're eligible for summer electronic benefit program, and then that kind of goes to the state, and then the state sends out those EBT cards to those families that qualify for that. I'm also working on our student teacher data link, which is where we identify the teachers and what classes they're teaching, and what students are taking what classes, and whether or not those students have passed those classes, and it kind of maps it all together with state course codes. And it's a hard one, but it's actually kind of fun. And then we're working on student end of the year and student discipline. This is just kind of identifying, those students that will be retained for next year, those students that completed or are going to complete some of our college programs that we offer for teaching, and through Ascent and through the TREP program, as well as just kind of saying, hey, these are the kiddos that graduated, and these are the kiddos that are staying in our school and moving on from our school. So we're kind of starting that process right now too. We've also started our registration process at the preschool for next year, and we've started building our school years for next year in our student information system, and we've started our scheduling process for at the secondary campuses too. So it's only February, but we're already thinking about next year. Some of the assessment data that I've given to you was requested by Mr. Miller at the last board meeting. He had asked to kind of see some historical kindergarten data at the beginning of the year. So I've included that with you, for you here, and I just wanted to talk about a couple of the trends that we pulled out. So 18, 19, 19, 20, and 2021, we see kind of a higher percentage of students that are scoring in the intensive range. And one of the things, and then we see a significant drop. And one of the things that we were talking about was in those first 3 years, we always tested our kindergarten kiddos in the same testing window that our first grade and second graders had, which is at the very beginning of the year, within the first 30 days. With the ELAC project, which is the Early Literacy Assessment Tool grant that we're part of, that comes from CDE and that pays for our student licenses to take this assessment K-3. They actually allow us 60 days to test our kindergarten students. And so we met and we talked about that prior to making that change. And part of the reason why we need that change is because our kindergartners, for some of them, this is their first time in school. And to test them right away is very, very new for them, even for some of our preschooler kiddos that are coming up. And so we recognized that it made sense just to give them a little bit more time to kind of gain some of those assessment taking skills. And so then we did see a pretty significant drop in the percentage of students that had scored in that intensive range. If you then look at 23, 24, and 24, 25, we see an increase again. And an important thing to note there is that we did change assessment measures. So along with that ELAC grant that we had, they no longer were supporting Acadiance Reading or Dibbles Next as one of the assessments that we could use, and we had to make a change to Dibbles 8. And Dibbles 8 assesses students a little bit differently. So it assesses a couple different subtest components, as well as kind of calculating their overall composite score a little bit differently. And so I actually was talking with Jill about this before she left, and we were talking about how we feel like Dibbles 8 is much more accurate than the previous assessment that we were using. It continues to assess some of those subtests ongoing throughout the year, and just really gives us a lot of good information. So I feel like that's why we probably saw a little bit of that increase, but I know that Mr. Miller was really interested in seeing this year compared to previous years, knowing that we have kind of like our 5-year-olds that are coming in, and knowing that there was COVID in there. And so I don't know if we can make a correlation based off of the data that I'm showing you that it was COVID that is contributing to some of this increase. However, one of the things that we did talk about when we were looking at this data was the fact that this year Thompson has the highest number of kiddos that haven't attended preschooler as kindergartners. So I don't think I said that really well. Mm-hmm. The number of students in kindergarten that did not receive preschool is highest this year than it has been in prior years. And so I think that there's a little bit of a correlation to that too, and just how much preschool does help to prepare our kiddos coming into kindergarten.
And Lindsay, just for clarification, these are separate kindergarten classes each year. This is
separate.
not.
This is not longitudinal, so it's
okay.
not,
So it's not watching
right.
that same kindergarten class
Nope.
for kindergarten first, second, third,
Okay.
fourth, fifth. Because I don't know about Mr. Miller, but I think there's some desire to maybe see that too.
Yep.
Like, can we start to follow a class
Yeah.
of kids and see
Yeah.
if the curriculum changes are making a difference, and
Yep.
if we're, you know.
Yeah, and I
know
heard
that's
you
a
ask
lot.
for that at our last meeting,
Yeah.
and I actually have I do have some longitudinal data here to show you as well. And also, I think this data here was just for Mr. Miller's request and kind of looking at our incoming kindergarten and where they had scored and seeing if there was any big differences between this year compared to prior years. So some of the longitudinal data that I've shared with you here is our SRD data.
Before you
yeah,
move
sure.
on, can I
Go
just
ahead.
ask?
Absolutely.
Do you know? It sounds like the change in assessments was probably statewide or fairly common in Colorado. Changing to the Dibbles 8.
Yes, and if you're part of the ELAC grant, which I think there are a lot of Colorado school districts that are part of the ELAC grant, yes, they would have had to make that change, but there is another assessment that they can choose from too.
Do you know if this trend in increasing in the scores, I guess, the same change in scores is the same in other districts that are using that transition to Dibbles 8? I mean, are we seeing the same thing in other
Right.
districts?
That's a great question.
I think that's a great question. Off the top of my head, I don't know that,
Okay.
but that's something that I could look into, and I could find some other
I
districts
don't know that it's valuable to spend time doing
Yeah.
that, I just wondering if you knew.
So it's basically just maybe more rigorous?
I
Is
think
that what we're
so.
hopeful for? Okay, okay, which is good,
and
because
aligned to the science of reading and those components that,
that we're wanting, that we were trying to implement
That
as
makes
well.
sense.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So the next set of data that I have here is some longitudinal percentage of students on a read plan, and so this just shows the percentage of students that we have on a read plan K2. This is not the percentage of students that have been identified with a significant reading deficiency. As you'll see in the next graphs, that's what that data is. The data that's up above, our percentages are a little bit higher than our actual SRD percentages. And that's because we don't take a kiddo off of a read plan when they're no longer intensive. We continue to give them that support until they're able to show us that they have met grade level criteria to come off of that read plan. So we have some students who go onto a read plan because they've scored in that intensive range, and throughout the year they make progress and maybe they score in strategic or core. Well, we don't automatically pull them off of that plan until we have a body of evidence showing that they are meeting grade level expectations. So that's why those percentages are a little bit higher at the end of the year than this SRD data that's in the graph.
So
below.
can I clarify, Lindsay? I don't know if I'm reading it right. On that one, yeah.
Yep.
Is that saying that the kindergarten class first tested in 2021, then that same class looked like that in 21, 22, or are those different kindergarten classes each year? See what I'm
So
asking?
different kindergarten classes each year. Kindergarten end of the year 2021 was at 31% on read plans.
Okay, so then it
they
jumps
would
down
go
to the 29%.
Then they would go to 21, 22 with 31%, and then 22, 23 with 30%.
Okay. Okay. So it's kind of going at the diagonal.
Yeah, a little bit, the
Here,
diagonal for
then
this one.
horizontal.
Yeah.
That's similar to some of the data that Mr. Singley showed us when we were at,
Beaver Valley.
yeah, I think so.
And I
Is that
missed
correct?
that one. I was bummed. Yeah.
And then this next graph shows us our SRD identification percentage for all students across the district. So this would be kindergarten, first, second, and third. Students that are identified as having a significant reading deficiency at the end of the year based off of that Dibbles 8 measure. So those are the students that are scoring in the intensive range at the end of the year. That first graph is all students, and then the second graph shows us kindergarten, first, second, and third, and it does have, the different color bars are different years. So we start out with 2018-19 and then go to 23-24.
Just simply we couldn't test, right, with COVID at the end of 20, so we missed a year. of
Yes, we
knowing
did. We
what
didn't
was going
have
on
that,
there.
yeah, we didn't have any of that data there.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I
That's right.
figured. I saw that
Yeah.
graph and thought that's exactly what it was.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, Mrs. Hanson, I, like I said, I did hear your request for that longitudinal data, and I am working on that. I'm hoping in March I can kind of have something to show you for that one. We did change warehouses, our data warehouses, so we went from having Alpine Achievement, which was an amazing data warehouse, and it calculated all of that for us in all of the different reports, and I've shared some of those reports with the board before. We then moved to EduClimber because it was bought out, and EduClimber just doesn't give us those same kind of quasi-longitudinal reports that Alpine did, so I'm kind of doing it all by hand and going back and trying to find some percentages and stuff, so.
Well, and push back if that's not worth your time or worth the district's
Yeah.
time. So if you, like you and Marcia, if you guys are like, that's not gonna tell us anything, but if we start from now and move forward, that's okay too. So I guess we're not experts in data, or I'm not an expert in
Right.
data. So I guess I don't hesitate to say that's actually a waste of our time, but we'd like to do it this way moving forward, and I feel like as a board member, as I'm getting closer to coming off of the board, I feel like we haven't gotten a really good cadence with looking at data, so
Right.
that would just be something I think we all desire, Marcia especially, coming in
Right.
with her background. So even if we got a presentation of this is what we're moving towards and this is the data we're gonna start looking at, like all the time collectively, that would even be great too. So please don't burn time if that is not useful time.
No,
So-
I think that we'll probably look at 5 years and kind of say, okay, here's where these kids are, and just to throw out a grade level as 7th graders, where were they as 6th graders, and kind of go back 5 years. And I think that it's good data to look at. It just gives us an overview of the growth that students are making each year. And we do look at that data at the end of the year, maybe not in that same kind of lens, just because we don't have that access.
Mhm.
So I appreciate that, and it just helps us to start to build that data set out.
Yeah,
So-
I'm excited. I
Yeah.
feel like for the first time, we're really getting grounded in data as a district, and data is just data. Whether it doesn't have to be good or bad. It's just what it is, and then how do we
How do we
work
use
with
it?
it? Yeah, to better the kids. So, thank you.
Yeah,
for that.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just the transparency is great.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mrs. Kimball? Greatly appreciate all your time
Yeah,
putting that together and your focus
absolutely.
on instruction and curriculum and data and assessment.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
I did see your acronym went from CIA report to CIDA.
I have
We're
a lot
working
of,
on it.
Yeah, we got a lot of, I know. I like the CIA one. That would make it feel really special.
I know, it's like, okay, do we keep the D? But we're keeping the D because we like the data, right?
Right, we do.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys for staying.
And you are welcome to go unless you want to listen to the owners rep candidates and all the rest. No offense. It's gonna be a long one.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, great work.
Thank you. Thank you guys.
Do you want it right now?
Come and grab it.
All right. Put it in my office. Okay.
Don't want to take it in my house.
Do you want to take some cake though? Your children would love cake.
They probably would, I'm not sure my wife is gonna
I need a bigger plate. Get yourself some.
It's only 7 o'clock.
Just 1 second. Is that okay?
They can wind
President
down.
Charter, if I just take a moment to grab a large plate.
Just blame it on Marcia.
What's bedtime anyway?
We have one that takes that week.
We're just getting arranged. We'll just take
I
a
bet I can
minute
pick
to-
which one.
We have one too.
Oh, it is.
Season 9.
Interesting.
That's funny.
Every night, last Wednesday.
It's warm. Is it warm? Hey, Lacey, would it be all right if we turn the thermostat down right there? A little bit? Thank you. Are you guys okay?
I
A
sit
little
right
low?
under the vent, so I either burn up in the winter or I
Freeze in the summer. I
Yeah.
remember sitting over
Like,
there.
I will wear
yeah.
long sleeves in the summer just to keep my arms from freezing off. Yeah, it's.
Like a little cooler is okay for everyone, right? A little cooler for
Yeah,
everyone.
it'll be fine. Plenty fine. I felt my face getting.
James has his coat on, so I don't know.
No,
You're welcome.
I'm just, I'm cold. This kind of keeps me middle of line. It's not too heavy, not too cold.
Just right.
Mr. Lorenzini, would you do me a favor and close that door? Thank you. I didn't get that one closed. And we put this on here, right?
Yes, I believe so. That's the proposal. The other one should be presentation. I can always give you some flash drive back too.
I think it's right here.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody, for having us again over here. I apologize that my counterpart with BCER is not here today, but I'll talk about them in a little bit. He's off on vacation and couldn't make it back for President's Day, Keith, but I'll tell you a little bit about them. Our partner, I didn't want to make them come in on their day off as well. Yeah, my name is Robert Piani. I'm the Vice President of Architectural Services at Amtech Solutions. Start by telling you a little bit about Amtech and then go through our project team, some of our past projects, and then a little bit kind of our strategic approach for each project. So thanks again for having me, and feel free to jump in if you have any questions right away, and if not, then I will just keep cruising. All right. Amtech Solutions is a full-service A&E firm specializing in owner's representation as well as building envelope consulting. Those are kind of two niche services that we typically provide to our clients. We've been providing trusted and proven owner's representation in building testing, repair, design, and replacement solutions since 1982. Back in 2017, our Amtech corporate team merged with Foothills Roof Services of Colorado, they've been doing business in the local district or local area since 1994. Since 2017, we've been merged, and we've added to their building envelope consulting team to more architects, engineers, and project managers. Currently, our office is actually closer to 32 among 7 offices across the United States. This next slide I want to show just to kind of give you an idea of our extensive experience with local school districts, institutions, and municipalities. I won't go through every one of these projects, but I want to highlight this section right here with how many local school districts that we've worked with in Colorado. Cherry Creek, Littleton Public School Districts, Englewood Schools, Boulder Valley School District, Douglas County, Denver Public Schools, Clear Creek School District, Sheridan School District, Moffett County, Poudre School District, Weld County, and through the University of Wyoming in there for some reason, even though it doesn't really belong in K through 12. But I just wanted to show this just to show our extensive experience working with school districts similar to Brush. Touching a little bit on our local team, truly successful projects are rarely the result of a single hand or a single voice. At Amtech, we're passionate collaborators about and hold the belief that the best outcomes are the result of a coordinated team. These are just some of our local leaders that likely you'll see on this project if we were awarded. Myself, Robert, I am a registered architect here in Colorado. I've got experience in a wide range of architectural project types. Usually I'm the facilitator, kind of guiding the process, the design, construction process to make sure stakeholders' needs are met. Next up we have Sarah Peterson. She's a professional engineer licensed in Colorado, Florida, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Texas. She has experience working for facility networks in building repair and restoration design and engineering. She provides design and technical support for various civil and structural engineering and roof projects. And we've got Danny Dimmelin. He is a registered roof observer, but also project manager and production manager. He's typically more on the consulting side than the owner's rep. I would anticipate you don't see him as much on this one. But he's the kind of guy that's there and makes sure that the project documents are executable, they're legible from a contractor standpoint, and that we're making sure that we have constructible design documents. Richard Claypool, he doesn't have the fancy acronyms behind his name like us. We call him the roofing guru, but he's been in the business for over 40 years, working on the contracting and then consulting side. He's more of the roofing side than the HVAC, which I understand is the focus of this RFQ. Nevertheless, he's always out in the field with our team, making sure that standards are being met. So we like to include him because he's out in the field a lot. From there, sorry, it scrolls a little slow here.
We've got a strong local team with national support and experience. And this is just to highlight that, you know, we're not just a local team. We've got support from all over the country, from other folks that, you know, have many years of experience as well. We've got, of course, our building envelope assessment and repairs side with consulting. We have teams of architects and engineers. And then, of course, we have project managers working on the owner's representation side as well. This next piece, this wasn't really included in our RFP response, and so I really want to focus on this in this presentation. The reason I didn't include it in the RFP response because at the time I wasn't 100% sure if it had been a conflict of interest in bringing in an MEP consultant on our team. Since then, we've kind of looked into some of those rules and regulations from the BEST grant, and we think that it would be appropriate to bring them in on an advisory role. And so with the proposal that I sent you guys earlier today, and I also have here in the sealed envelope, we have their services as an advisory role covered under our proposal. And so I want to present their technical expertise as well. The MEP advisory role, partnership with BCER. Who is BCER? They're an industry-leading MEP and fire and life safety consultant. What value do they bring to the school district? They've got extensive experience in over 900 similar K-12 school projects. Their list of school districts is twice as long as ours. They've been around for a long time and work with tons of different projects on the MEP HVAC replacement side. And so their technical expertise is just, you know, second to none. That's why we always work with them when there's an opportunity to partner with them. They provide expert guidance within AMTEC's proposed fee. I just mentioned that, and they're going to ensure the project's managed and executed with technical expertise, as I was kind of talked about with their MEP knowledge and background.
Can you, what's MEP? I probably should know, but I don't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Good question.
Mechanical, electrical, plumbing consulting.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And if I speak jargon like that, please, yeah, don't hesitate to.
Maybe I'm not allowed to interrupt, I don't know, sorry.
So they, you know, some of the relevant work, and I'll go over some of that here shortly. Site development, owner's representation services for the Roaring Fork Authority, Glenwood Springs. New facility owner's representation for the U.S. Olympic Museum down in Colorado Springs, HVAC and electrical upgrades at Denver Public Schools, mechanical upgrades to Jeffco School District, mechanical upgrades at Weld County, district-wide, facility assessment and upgrades, Boulder Valley School District, renovation and addition to Aurora Public Schools, Montfield Elementary School. I'll have a couple of those to go through with some of these projects. But I first wanted to kind of go over some of their team. This is Keith. He's who usually interviews with me on these MEP opportunities for owners reps. He's out of town today, but great guy, great team, really. I've worked with Keith, Paul, and Chris on different projects. But a little bit about BCR, a little more about them. They're a full-service project management, MEP, technology, and life safety firm serving the commercial, industrial, institutional, and government markets. With locations in Colorado, Texas, and Florida, AMTEC and BCR do more than provide a comprehensive suite of high-quality services for the built environment. We build uncommonly committed relationships with our clients and with each other. And that's exactly what we want to do with Brush School District, with proposing on this project. First, we have here Keith, who's a professional engineer in Colorado. He's the K-12 and institutional expert of the team. He specializes in residence halls and K-12 system upgrades, similar to this project. He's got strong leadership and client focus. He leads BCER's MEP program with a track record of satisfied owners. Next, we've got Paul Miskowitz. He's a professional engineer in Colorado as well. He's the campus project expert with nearly 40 years of mechanical engineering and a meticulous approach. And he's an experienced leader and project manager. Deep expertise in mechanical and plumbing design focused on end user satisfaction. Lastly, of the BCER team that I want to highlight, the leaders here is Chris Wren, the lead electrical consultant. He's an experienced electrical designer, specializes in power, lighting, life safety, and control systems across multiple industries. Code and sustainability expert, he's proficient in national, local codes, lead design, and advanced electrical analysis. I just want to go over these guys because they will definitely be part of our team if awarded, and they bring just a technical expertise that I think will really bring value to the school district, you know, when the design consultant actually is awarded. And an important distinction here, kind of mentioned earlier, is they're just an owner's advisory or an advisory role with the owner's rep. They wouldn't be the design consultant on this project, which would be a conflict of interest per kind of best grant requirements, basically. Okay, so now I'll just go through some projects that are, some projects are AmTech, some are BCR, some are both. This first slide is for the University of Colorado Boulder. It's where we've worked with BCER on just about every project over there. AmTech and BCR have provided together owner's rep services along with restoration, documentation for fire and life safety systems, MEP upgrades, and system review, roofing repairs, brick tuck pointing, facade resealing, concrete repair, roof replacement, roof tile, yada, 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 everything, building envelope and MEP systems. We've worked with a lot of stuff with the University of Colorado, particularly in their residential halls over there. Next up, I've got a BCER project for Denver Public Schools, the Grant Beacon Middle School HVAC upgrade. BCER worked with Denver Public Schools to upgrade the HVAC systems at Grant Beacon Middle School to provide better comfort to the occupants of the building. Aging systems are not only expensive to maintain, but can cause too much distraction to occupants to the point where working and learning can be difficult. For this project, BCER added a 225-ton grade mounted air chiller, added a 300 GPM circulation pump, replaced unit vents and administrative areas, replaced the AHUs from the auditorium, gymnasium, and cafeteria, and replaced the MAU with the action time frame. Relevance is that BCR provided the MEP services here, and it's a very kind of similar project to Thompson Primary School. This next one is an AmTech project. I think we highlighted this one in the last one, but it was kind of an owner's rep role as part of a 7-school capital improvement project in 2020 bond package for Cherry Creek School District. The construction cost was about $6.5 million for 5 different schools, 3 contractors, and no change orders through the multiple phase projects. That was one that involved a lot of roof replacements and a fair amount of mechanical upgrades as well. On this one, yeah, the real feather in the cap that we like to talk about is that, no change orders over that many projects with multiple contractors is, a significant feat, especially getting it all done in the 2-month time frame that we have over the short summers now for the school districts. This next one, the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum, is the new facility in Colorado Springs, Colorado. If you've driven down I-25 and you've probably seen this, it kind of looks like a spaceship landed over there. Mm-hmm. But BCR provided the design and owner's rep advisory services to the U.S. Olympic Paralympic Museum in the Springs, and their services included the technology and infrastructure design, IT and telecom, advanced features, including LED screens, OLED screens, transparent screens, and interactive partitions, kind of shown here. Telecom design, security systems, and they were also an owner's rep on this project as well, assisting in evaluating and selecting exhibit fabricator, AV integrator, IT service provider, and the security contractor.
Next up is Brazosport College. This was a condition assessment and an owner's representative role for Amtech in Lake Jackson, Texas. The campus-wide mechanical assessment and testing for 10-year capital improvement planning. It tested chilled water systems for temperature, pressure, and volume. Campus-wide structural observation and testing for spalled, deteriorated conditions due to proximity to the ocean, salt, manufacturing with chemical corrosion. Campus-wide building envelope observations, roofs, exterior coatings, windows, doors, etc. Based on the assessments and testing that Amtech did, we developed a 10-year capital improvement plan and presented to the board and administration, which they are now in the process of executing. This next one here is another BCER project for Aurora Public Schools at Yale Elementary, HVAC repairs. The upgrades to the HVAC system at Yale Elementary School provided by BCER Engineering. The HVAC replacement replaced existing constant volume multi-zone system with new VAV air handling units. Air handling units installed in mechanical mezzanines with limited access, boiler upgrades, chiller replacement, control system upgrades. The overall project goal was to improve energy efficiency, performance, and comfort in the building's HVAC systems. Another one here where Amtech and BCER partnered up for Cherry Creek School District was Liberty Middle School. Amtech provided the owner's rep services along with design, bidding, CACM or construction administration, construction monitoring services for the school's new roof system, as well as all the necessary services to replace 3 large-scale skylights. They look pretty simple, but they have intercoms, fire sprinklers, sensors, light sensors, and everything in there. There's all sorts of stuff going on. BCR improved the fire and life safety features. They help with energy efficient glazing and enhanced structural design to allow for the new skylight system. Sarah actually was the one who did the structural. That's a temper right there. That was more of an Amtech side, but nevertheless, it's both teams working together to provide a customer with a product that the school was very happy with in the end. Colorado Mental Health Institute of Fort Logan in Sheridan, Colorado. This was a campus that had high levels of security for obvious reasons. Access restrictions, occupied facilities. The work completed from 2020 to 2021 was a construction cost of about $1.5 million. But since then, they've asked us to come back and do their A, B, C, and J buildings, which were recently completed, all successfully. We just did the finals on those. A lot of this work was building envelope as well as structural analysis and upgrades at large HVAC units to alleviate maintenance issues. Value engineering to provide top-tier systems under a constrained budget. The redesign covered walkway structural roof system. So they kind of brought us on for one project early on, and then really liked our services and continued working with us on multiple different disciplines, projects, allowed us to be their owner's rep the whole time. Next up here is Littleton Public Schools. This was an owner's representation role for a large-scale hail claim, similar to the project that we looked at with you guys last couple months, or was it 2 months ago almost now? 1 month maybe? This was part of an 8-school hail insurance claim in 2022. 7 schools completed. That should actually be 8 because we just finished the last one. Multiple elementary schools, a couple middle schools, and 1 large high school. Oh no, this is correct because the large high school, we're starting phase 3 this summer, and then we will be complete. But Littleton Public School District has been happy with our services. I believe you guys have a contact with Steve Everall over there. We've worked with him on some of this stuff, and he had mentioned you guys before, and that he threw our name in the hat or something at one point. So we always appreciate that. But also appreciate the opportunity to come here and tell you about our services. But yeah, another happy school district and successful replacement after quite a bit of hail damage. Next, we have Corpus Christi School District. This is one down in Texas that we wanted to highlight again, where we did campus-wide HVAC assessments and design. We evaluated and designed rooftop HVAC replacements for 70 primary and support facilities. Innovative installation approach. We used unique curb and unit attachment design, allowing roofing and HVAC work to proceed independently without shutdowns. That's another reason why our building envelope expertise, I think, can come into play for an HVAC project like this. Comprehensive documentation, captured school layouts, design details, and construction progress. Let's see, oh, that's my note from, sorry, my project manager in there. Certification and compliance. Documented each unit during the construction for windstorm and structural certification with project form on each of them, this is just a screenshot from that. And then lastly, of the projects that I wanted to go over, Sheridan School District, we're the owner's representative as well as consultant for best grant support over there. This one was a loose owner's representative consulting. We weren't in contract with them to be an owner's rep. We were actually in contract with them to do the design consulting for the roof replacement. And so we worked with them to help them kind of put their application together. Ultimately, they were successful in the award after we interviewed with them, with the best grant folks, and the project scope development. We assisted in defining project needs for Sheridan School, High School, the SOAR Academy Elementary School, as well as Allison Terry Elementary School. And then we provided execution and oversight of the project by providing owner's rep and building envelope consulting to ensure proper planning and implementation of the funded improvements. All right, next is a little bit about our project approach and schedule. When we find out if we're awarded the project, that's when we will usually assign a dedicated project manager so that you guys are going to have a primary contact. At this point, it's going to be me for all accounts, and it may be me going forward. It's going to kind of depend on when the project is awarded, is when we will assign that dedicated project manager. Extension of, you can kind of take that RPM and use them as an extension of your project management team in-house. It's what we like to tell our clients, to kind of just use that as an extension of their team. Staffing, we have an HVAC expert advisory team to help staff this project. We already talked about BCER. Coordination, as little disruption to campus as possible during construction. Pre-planning, material lead time, those are all going to be important factors. Procurement coordination, input from stakeholders at the kickoff meetings, understanding your priorities and budgets, which have been pretty well outlined in that matrix that you guys provided with the RFP. But obviously we'll meet with your team to make sure all is good there. State and industry standards are always going to be met and looked at with our team. Then of course a solid closeout, final inspections, document handover, and ensuring warranty coordination. Just a couple more slides here. Talking a little bit about how we work together with BCR on projects like this. How is Amtech and BCR going to ensure a successful project? We do that by guiding the design and construction team efficiently, align team goals from the outset, and maintain clear communication through regular updates and meetings to address issues promptly. We're going to provide value engineering, cost optimization, identifying cost-saving opportunities throughout alternative materials and methods while ensuring the project meets performance and quality standards. And we're going to ensure compliance and meeting of project goals. ensuring adherence to codes and regulations while closely monitoring project milestones to meet performance targets and requirements. Lastly here, delivering long-term systems, system performance for the district, design systems that easily maintenance, for easy maintenance, and provide training documentation to ensure continued optimal performance and reduced operational costs. Last piece here is I just want to talk about additional value if awarded the hail claim work, the overlapping kind of disciplines here. Why hiring Amtech for both projects is strategic. You'd have a single point of contact for both projects. It's going to streamline coordination between roofing and HVAC work. It's going to reduce conflicts and ensure a unified project approach. Our experience in roof and envelope consulting, in addition to Amtech's role as an owner's representative, our team has extensive expertise in assessing, designing, and managing roof, building envelope projects for educational facilities. This is going to factor into both projects. Obviously, the HVAC units are all going to tie into your new or existing roof system. Could be new system depending on what happens with the claim. Efficiency in having one owner's rep for both initiatives. This simplifies communication, accelerates decision making, and ensures consistent quality control across both projects. Complementary services for overlapping scope and disciplines with both projects. All right, and that is what I got. Appreciate you guys listening to my spiel, and remember you guys had a lot of questions last time, so
We do again.
a few answers this time.
So I'm gonna reduce the list by one because we have actually number 14 and 15 are duplicates.
Okay.
So, would you be okay if we just skipped over you on that one, Brad? We'll cross 15 off and Lacey can answer that question. Okay, first question. Our district is pursuing a turnkey design-build approach for this HVAC renovation. Can you share a specific example of a similar K-12 mechanical system renovation you've overseen using this delivery method, and what lessons would you apply to our project?
I will say, to be completely forthright, I have not done a design build for an HVAC with a school district before. We have done plenty of design build projects, just not with a K through 12 school district. What I can say about the pros with the design build project, I guess in lieu of say a design bid build project delivery, is you're gonna have faster project delivery, overlapping construction phases with a reduced timeline. I think that's really gonna help on some of the factors with this project. There's a single point of contact. You have responsibility from both teams, and so that creates fewer disputes between both the contractor and the design consultant. Improved collaboration, get value engineering, cost savings when you have early contractor involvement in a project with a design build. You get more flexibility. It allows for real-time adjustments based on on-site needs, and you get that better understanding of a budget early on with that contractor involvement. Cons of the design build, kind of scribbled these down actually just a few minutes ago because I read this and so I'm really pumped you asked this question. Some of the cons, less owner control over the design early on. You're going to have both those guys working together to want to give you a design because maybe that's best for your project, maybe it's best for them. There's risk with reduced competition. You might get fewer competitor bids for your pricing. And there can be difficulty in comparing proposals. With different teams, you get different approaches. But that's something that we can manage as an owner's representative for you guys pretty well. We're pretty good at kind of making sure we look at everything apples to apples. On the other hand, design bid build, I wrote a few pros and cons there if you want to hear them. There's more control over the design. You get more competitive bidding with cost savings. There's clear contractual obligations between the parties. You know, it's gonna be really easy to define what's what that's part of the contractor's role and what's what is part of the designer's role. Won't be any necessarily finger pointing amongst a single team there. Established process familiar to public entities. Design bid build's kind of a little bit more common, honestly, between school districts. That's not to say that it's not done all the time by school districts. You know, Denver public schools recently moved to this in the last couple of years, and so I know it's very common. Cons of design bid build are going to be longer timelines, which may not work to our advantage on this project. Adversarial relationships, you know, you inevitably are going to have punk architects like me kind of beating up on, you know, lazy contractors. No, I'm just kidding. But, you know, there's always, you know, a little bit of back and forth between the design consultants as well as the contractor side of it. And then, you know, obviously the big one here is budget uncertainty until you receive your bids. With the design build process, you're going to have a lot clearer understanding of that budget early on instead of waiting till you get it all bid out. Sorry, that was a long answer.
That's great. That's great information. Thank you.
All right, given that this project involves replacing major HVAC systems in an occupied school building, how would you ensure minimal disruption to school operations while maintaining student and staff safety?
Absolutely. I'll start by saying that typically safety falls under the means and method of the contractor, but that doesn't mean that we can't outline specifics and guidelines for them early on. A lot of times though, we have to report that to you guys and then you guys enforce it upon them, but that's something that, you know, we will very clearly do if we ever see anything or anything is not followed by our guidelines. But kind of ensuring, you know, the new HVAC systems are integrated effectively with the existing building systems, ensuring that the design and installation team takes a holistic approach, reviewing the building's current systems and any limitations before finalizing specifications for new HVAC units. This includes assessing ductwork, electrical systems, the building's layout to ensure compatibility. And I'd also work closely with the contractor to verify that the installation adheres to design plans and quality standards, making adjustments as needed based on the site conditions.
Best grant application notes significant ventilation deficiencies in the current system. How would you verify that the new HVAC design and installation properly addresses these ventilation issues?
This is where I wish I had Keith here with me, but you know, I have a little answer here that is basically to ensure that HVAC system replacements are going to meet your budget and performance goals. And my response there is we closely work with that design team to, you know, make sure that their comprehensive scope works and aligns with the district's budget while meeting your performance objectives. That's going to include regular cost tracking, ongoing communication with the contractor, and ensuring that the performance goals are clearly outlined with the project specs, which will be key to staying on track to the project. By reviewing progress regularly and addressing issues early, we can ensure that the project stays within budget without compromising quality and functionality.
Thank you.
Our project budget is approximately $5.1 million through the BEST grant program. What specific strategies would you employ to ensure cost control while maintaining quality throughout the project?
The cost tracking through each of these design phases, you know, that's going to be where we want every design phase to come in, make sure that we're on track with budget. Do we need to do value engineering at that point before we move on to the next phase? We're going to work with you guys closely to make sure that those budgets align, you know. And then the other end of that is also, you know,
an air handler or a chiller replacement is one thing, but then, say, Joe over here wants, to do a new in-ground system, that has a whole bunch of implications, and all we gotta do is dig up this playground, and then turns out actually we need to go into the parking lot. We're gonna be able to take a step back and look at this and be like, pump the brakes, actually, we don't have the budget to be able to do this kind of a project. What we do have is something that we can replace, get a system for you and, ordered, give you the lead times to make sure everything's gonna be tracking appropriately for your timeline. And so with BCR's technical expertise, as well as their knowledge of the industry as far as those specifics, confident that we would be able to make sure we stay on budget for the project.
Okay, thank you.
This project requires careful coordination with CDE and BEST grant requirements. Can you walk us through your experience managing BEST grant funding requirements and your specific process for handling draw requests?
Yeah, we've worked with BEST Grant before on a couple different projects. Sheridan School District 1 was a good example there. BCR has as well. Our process is going through the red tape and all the requirements. The matrix that you guys actually provided is very detailed and looks like it was maybe written by someone from the BEST Grant. But that, very well goes through kind of all the specifics there. It starts with communicating with them early and often and going through all the requirements and making sure that we're checking all the boxes so that your precious funding doesn't go away or it doesn't get dinged for any particular reason. Specific process, I don't have a good outline other than kind of starting at the beginning with each form and each different piece and making sure that the project is on track with what the BEST Grant is going to want throughout the project.
How would you handle the transition period between the existing systems and new systems, particularly given that some equipment like the cooling tower must be maintained operational during certain periods?
Yes. I would think that this is requiring detailed assessments from the contracting or the design consulting team, but likely some of these parts of construction are going to have to take place while the school is not occupied. But I think minimizing that disruption to the students and staff is going to be integral to kind of making this project run smoothly. Yeah, I guess that's what I got.
What is your approach to reviewing and validating contractor proposals, particularly regarding the sizing and specs of major mechanical equipment like boilers and chillers?
This is where we're gonna look to BCER for their technical expertise and why we brought them in. They're regularly designing systems like this, and unfortunately I don't have the technical background for that specific part of the project, but which is why we have them as a specific consultant on our team.
Our district has already worked with a design build firm to develop the initial scope. How would you evaluate their existing plans while ensuring we're getting the best value and appropriate solutions?
I would want to bring BCER in and kind of take a look at everything and make sure, one, they're going to review all the scope that they provided, all the specific approach that they've brought in. And then we would also kind of try to understand your goals as a school district to make sure that all your needs are being met and that the design provided meets those goals so that there's no surprises later on. But I think that involves BCR getting in early and helping us out on that end.
The project may include storm damage projects such as a roof replacement and other exterior construction work, which will be outside the BEST grant scope. How would you coordinate these parallel projects to maximize efficiency and minimize disruption?
Yeah, I think that's really where the value comes in with Amtech here, and why we really wanted to take a swing at this one with you guys is because we've worked on projects very similar to this many times before with other school districts. A lot of times it gets looped into building envelope scope, and so that's why we think that we're kind of tailor-made for a strategic award for this project as well as the hail claim work. Because we do roof replacements every day, building envelope every day. This work ties in very specifically to HVAC work almost every time. And we have a good close working relationship with our MEP advisory, and believe that this kind of scope is something that we can definitely provide the best value service for you.
What is your process for documenting and tracking issues during construction? And how do you ensure timely resolution when problems arise?
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of documentation, we use a software that all of our employees in the field have on their smartphones, or they'll bring out tablets from our office. That software updates in real time a report, starts making a report, and inserts everything, as well as dates, times, who was on site, who saw it, and very good photographic evidence as well. Those reports we typically provide weekly to you guys. And if we see something, safety for instance, that's not going right, we're gonna let you know right away, or an issue, we're gonna make sure everybody understands right away. But it's a very good documentation system in terms of making sure that we're keeping all the ducks in a row, and that all of the documentation is very well kept, so that we can come back later if we need to. In terms, can you repeat the second part of the question? I'm sorry.
Yes, and how do you ensure timely resolution when problems arise?
Yes. I'm a firm believer in like a collaborative approach when conflicts happen. When a disagreement arises, I'd first listen to both parties to kind of understand both sides, to make sure that we're going to be fair, but always have Brush's best interest in mind. Working towards a fair solution, reviewing contract and project requirements is always going to play a role there. And I guess clear communication and focus on the ultimate goals that Brush has for the project is a key. And really I'm a firm believer of just picking up the phone and trying to make a resolution with someone, rather than writing nastygram emails. I can do that, but I'm a much bigger fan of talking to someone and figuring it out.
Okay.
Given our project timeline with completion needed by August 2026, what major milestones would you establish? And how would you ensure the schedule stays on track?
Yeah, I was kind of looking through the schedule before we put our RFP together, and the biggest thing that I think that we need to figure out first with a design consultant, and probably help from the MEP advisory role, is whether or not your electrical service at the school needs to be upgraded. The reason for that is that transformers and switch gears right now are almost a year out on orders. And so if we want to start in spring break of 2026, as you guys have outlined in that schedule, then we need to get on it pretty quick with that design to understand what we need to order. I see that as being the biggest potential challenge. It's not saying that you guys necessarily need to have that service upgrade, but that to me is the biggest, I guess, schedule challenge. Whereas the air handlers and chillers and things like that are more in kind of, they've normalized. They're more like a 16 to 20 week delivery on those kind of orders. And so I think that that will be able to be right on track with the design phase as you guys have outlined it. But yeah, kind of understanding that design very early on, I think is going to be a real key to success, to make sure that we're not waiting for a switchgear that's gonna be turning that new unit on, come August, and then you guys can't turn on the school systems, right? And so, making sure that, we can get all this stuff in time is kind of the biggest concern to us at this point. Understanding the design, I guess, too.
The RFQP notes that commissioning and proper system operation verification are crucial. What specific steps would you take to ensure proper commissioning of all new HVAC systems?
That's right. That's finding the right design consultant who can handle that work, making sure that that scope is very clearly outlined in their contractual obligation. BCER does the commissioning all the time on systems like this, and I have every confidence that they could do that as well. But in all likelihood, it's going to be the design consultant who does the work on this project. And so it's clearly identifying the expectations there, I guess, early on as an owner's rep.
How would you handle communication between all stakeholders, including our maintenance staff, school administration, teachers, and parents throughout the construction process?
Well, I'm a regular member of your board meetings now. I've been here twice in the last couple of months, and so we'll do what we need to talk with you guys. Like I said, I'm a firm believer of picking up the phone and talking with someone, but also making sure all the stakeholders of the school districts are being heard. That's not just the board members, that's everybody. And so, we'll do what we need to do. If that means coming to the board meetings every week during the project, which I anticipate, we'll do that. We'll attend other meetings if we need to. And so, we have room in our budget to be able to manage those special meetings, those kind of things when they come up.
With even the best team, there will likely be issues in the 1 to 2 years after the completion that will need attention from busy vendors. How do you manage follow-up and warranty phase services for us and hold vendors accountable for performance after all parties have been paid in full? And if you can, please use examples from recent experience.
Sure, yeah. That kind of comes back to the kind of specific nuances of contractual obligations. If you don't have that contractual obligation with the contractor or design consultant, it's a little bit harder, especially if they weren't happy at the end of the project because they didn't make as much money as they wanted to, or things like that. And so making sure that the obligations are specifically spelled out contractually. We typically start on all of our projects with a 2 to 5 year warranty. Is what we usually go for, and that usually falls in line with the manufacturer warranty as well, and that ties into what they're going to require from the contractor. And so understanding the specifics between manufacturer, material, equipment warranties, as well as how that interweaves with contractor warranties is going to be important there. And on recent projects, we just recently walked a roof not too long ago for the Mental Health Institute of Colorado with one of their 6-month walks. We walked it, and there's a deficiency in a roof detail. Pulled it up, said, hey, that actually doesn't align with the project documents. I know we let this go in the punch, but we're here at the 6-month. This was something that we specifically marked to come back and look at. Contractor fixed it, had no problem. They fixed it the same day. And so, just another, I think, example of clearly communicating with folks and setting expectations.
What is your firm's standard limitation of liability amount for a project of this size and scope?
Yes, offhand, without our certificate of insurance, I believe that our single occurrence is $2 million and our aggregate is $5 million. And I can absolutely provide that in a certificate of insurance with brush listed as additionally insured.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, whoever put me on this good long one. Brad, do you want to take over?
This is actually thanks to Mr. Everall.
Next time you see him.
I knew he liked me to death. Does your firm have a standard form of contract for owner's representative services? And does it typically include a limitation of liability clause for this type of work? If so, what is your standard liability limit? Is this limit negotiable? Please also tell us about your professional liability insurance coverage and limit. And note that in the dispute venue clause that all disputes shall be resolved in the Morgan County District Court.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
Concur.
To get it all, it's all there.
All right, let me think. Okay, so I believe, yes, we do have a standard form of agreement. Yes, there is a limitation of liability. Typically, where we try to set that in our standard agreement is that our liability doesn't exceed our fee. Not all of our clients love that, and so we do negotiate if they don't like that. Sometimes, we have to negotiate fee if there is more liability wanted. But yes, absolutely, we do have a liability limitation clause in it. Professional liability, I believe, is $1 million in occurrence, $3 million aggregate, I believe. And then we have a umbrella clause for $5 million, which comes back to the previous question. Did that answer all of them?
I think so.
Okay.
If you have any questions for us, note that the board is planning on making a decision this evening, but the award will be contingent upon approval of the written contract.
I don't have any questions for you guys. I just, want to come back to the fact that, I truly believe that we are the best consultant. You've got everybody in the room that you need right here for both projects, and if awarded, I look forward to getting to know everybody here better and working with you guys on these projects.
Can I ask just one more clarification question? What does your proposed fee include in regards to architectural and engineering services specifically?
On this project, it's just going to be owner's rep, because we know, and this is why I was hesitant in putting in BCER in our response. The BEST grant has some very specific rules about third parties and conflicts of interest. And so, we initially kind of got with BCR and we're like, hey, we should go in on this together. We should do the owner rep and the design consulting. And then we kind of peeled back all the layers of the onion. We're like, well, this actually probably doesn't jive with the BEST grant folks and wouldn't end well with that. And so we peeled that back to keep them as owner advisory. And so it's purely owner's rep, no A&E services for this proposal. For the hail claim, we did propose to provide the design consulting because you wouldn't have that conflict of interest with an insurance claim like that. And so that is a full turnkey owner's rep design consultant proposal for the fee that we gave you guys on that one. This one is owner's rep with mechanical advisory role.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. I think that was important.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's kind of it's nebulous between the two, feeling a little bit because there's overlapping.
Yep.
The last piece I would say with that is that having BCER on as the owner's rep piece with this HVAC, I think is very advantageous as well to the hail claim stuff. I know that we were talking to Jamie when we were on site that there's potentially some HVAC stuff going on with that, and that claim, they could definitely help out in that factor as well and do the consulting for you guys on that. And so we truly believe we just have the tailor-made team for you guys for this project, or for both projects, and yeah, I look forward to hearing back from you guys.
Are you confident that you would be able to track the fees between those two overlapping projects effectively?
Absolutely.
So best fees versus storm damage fees, and be able to delineate that and clearly demonstrate that to this board?
100%, yes,
Okay.
yeah, and that's kind of comes back to holding, you know, contractors and design consultants accountable for their contractual obligations, and we're going to do the same with you guys. You know, we'll have it very clearly spelled out. It's going to be one contract for the hail claim stuff, completely different contract for the HVAC replacement, and so you know, pay applications that'll all be delineated with schedules of values and everything. You know, if we're invoicing a percentage per phase, it's going to be one project. You're going to have totally different project numbers in our system, and so it'll be very clear differentiation.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody got a card from me last time. Is there anyone who doesn't have, or should I just pass out another stack?
I did not get one last time.
Yeah, you better go. You're not gonna make it through another one, probably.
Not another hour.
A short recess.
Go around and get one.
Thanks for coming again.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, appreciate your time.
I got one last time.
Okay, thank you.
I got one.
Okay, recess.
Sure.
Here's this. I'm sure to give that to you. I'm gonna keep this.
Of course.
All right, thank you very much.
That's exactly right.
Have a good one and have a safe trip home.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate you guys letting me go first. I've got a 6-year-old at home. Maybe make it in time for bedtime.
And help you bake some cake.
Thank you.
As far as interviews go, yes. But I think naturally the discussion.
He's coming in, I think, right? We have to start setting up where we got
Yeah, come on in. We're just getting you ready right here.
for project to be over.
So
I mean, unless you want to be, you can be on either side.
Yeah, well, I can
Your,
do
the
two.
interview questions will be over here.
Or just hands or stuff on two.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Not today.
Oh, no? Okay, that's all right.
Gotta stay awake somehow.
Yeah. Don't worry, we won't bore you.
No, I wasn't worried about you guys.
Thank you again, Robert. Interesting.
yeah.
Usually we leave a.
What are you leaving?
You're welcome to sit on either side, whichever you want. Okay, cool.
Oh, placemat.
Thank you. Principals, but you're welcome to leave. I can't do that job, there's no way.
Principal?
So you'll have some time to.
Yep, I am.
Okay. Yeah, Chris, are you okay over
we're
there?
going over there?
Whichever spot you want to be up there. I can start out.
You right here. No, we probably should be on.
What flavor cake do you got there?
A little bit of everything.
All right.
Yeah,
It's the kitchen sink cake.
you betcha. So,
I asked one
You
of
have to please
the, I
everyone.
asked one of the wrestlers, I go, what flavor? He goes, I don't know, I ate it so quick.
I bet he did.
I guess you don't have
No,
to
this is good.
cut weight, so you can do
Not
whatever you
anymore,
want.
yeah, that's
I
right.
probably should though.
I'm in that camp, but it's all right. Not tonight.
Did everybody get a place?
Lacey, are you related to Frank?
Oh my god.
Oh, man. Now
Yeah,
you asked the
so,
question.
big guy, Frank.
Yeah, I worked with
You
him for
work for
15
Webby
years.
Construction?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's my father.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So what's your name?
Chris.
Chris.
Spike.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. I'll tell him
I
I'm
worked with
Chris
him
Spike.
for 15 years, so.
Well, I'm half sorry for that.
Yeah. A long 15 years, especially when we did a project in Holyoke together, and we kind of tag team driving out there for a long time.
Yeah.
Over the summer, but
So what years did you work with him?
Yeah, this is mine.
from 2006 until 19, so not quite 15 years.
Okay,
but-
yeah, well, you quit right around that time. I
Oh,
think.
really?
Yeah.
So I left as
You
well.
probably left, yeah, exactly. He,
I got left a little bit
COVID-
before Frank, but
No, you're good. Yeah, COVID shut White down. I think they didn't. If
Yeah,
they
it's a
have
lot.
opened, they've not opened here. I think they've
Yeah.
stayed more in the Front Range, which is fine. They're Castle Rock. But
yeah, we closed the office here in like 2010 maybe or something like
yeah,
that.
yeah, it was. And I think, but they let go. Like it was
Oh,
Frank.
yeah.
I think just there was no
Oh, yeah,
action.
during COVID
Nothing
it
was
was
going
slow.
on. Yeah.
Yep.
So he took the time to retire and
Cool.
yeah, he's. I'll tell him I met you.
Yeah, tell him I said hi.
I always hesitate. I mean, he's a great guy,
Yeah.
but I also know how he probably was on job sites.
I love that about him.
I bet, yeah. He's one that you're not gonna not get it done right.
Yeah,
That's for
no,
sure.
I enjoy working with him.
Yeah, we always joked around with him that he should have gone back to school and gotten his architect license. Like he could read blueprints and tell you what was wrong
Oh, yeah.
without, you know, even having to be on the job site. This isn't gonna work.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, he's fun to work with.
Okay.
I learned a lot from him.
That's good. I bet. My husband did too.
I hate to say open for an hour now. I'll bet you're closer.
So Chris, did you work with Jennifer when she was there too?
Okay, you're right.
Before your time? Or after?
Oh, you know what? I do remember her, but I don't remember how long she was on board while I was there. Yeah.
Can't remember the years for her either.
And I didn't come out. I went by Brush a lot because
Sure.
my family's in Western Nebraska. I remember her and then Seth Noble
Okay.
was out here, and I think those three kind of ran the office. Those were the
Yeah.
primary people out east here.
Okay, all right.
But yeah.
A good deal.
So yeah, now it's 6 years since I left and
It was very Mine said Frank was done mid-2020, I think. They kind of shut everything down.
yeah.
Yeah.
Probably for the
Unfortunately.
best.
Yeah, it worked. I mean, it was retirement for him. You know, he was close to the age. So, yeah. Wasn't happy he wanted to retire, but
Yeah.
that's all right.
Do you have anything?
No, we're not.
No, we're just going old school.
Off the placemats.
You're good.
If everybody has them.
Yep, yep.
Are we ready to rock, or are we waiting on anybody else?
Oh, she's back.
You can go. Everyone stretch the legs at least.
Yes.
You can go ahead. Don't wait on me.
I think we're ready. Are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay,
All right.
yeah.
Okay, well, hey, thanks for having us, everybody. I'm Andy. Before we get started with our introductions, if it's okay, if we could go around the room and hear who you are, and when you tell us your name and your position, if you wouldn't mind just tossing in what are your expectations in terms of success for the project, and what keeps you up at night regarding the project. That'll help us to maybe be proactive in how we answer some questions and do the presentation. So, start either end.
So my name is Jamie Lawrence, I'm District Maintenance Director.
Okay.
And I want, I guess, just making sure, like I said, clarity on track, communication. Those are the biggest things I can think of right off the top of my head. I'm gonna have a lot of questions for you too, so as far as we go through it, and I'll be bothersome to you, just to help me understand. And I guess what keeps me awake at night is, again, timelines, making sure whatever we set the timelines to be, so just so we don't have that disruption coming into whatever school year we're trying to finish up by, so.
Okay.
So we're taking care of the students and the timelines.
I'm Derek Quinsheimer. I think we just need to make sure we dot our I's and cross our T's. We've already been dealing with this for going on almost 2 years, so we need to get stuff figured out. I have my own worries tonight at night to sleep about, so I don't worry about this stuff.
Well, we can't help you with your other stuff.
Maybe you can.
Maybe we don't want to.
I can't afford you.
I'm Sean Tatalini. Sentiment, I think across the board here is going to be somewhat the same. Clarity, getting moving forward, knowing we're going to be able to stay on track, get things done in a timely fashion. We're ready to get our steps forward. I think that's the part that probably keeps hindering us. Some of it's for whatever reasons, the holdups, but hopefully these are the steps forward and we can get rolling way sooner than later.
Brandy Hansen, and for me, from y'all, just having transparency with issues that arise, being real transparent, even if it's bad news, that's better than not hearing about it at all or through the grapevine. Obviously, student disruption to a minimum student and staff. We need to adhere to all the best requirements, so knowing that you guys do that and do that well. And then we have a unique situation where we're having to integrate across another project. So just speaking to how you would do that, because there's more than just this going on at the same time. So your experience in that space.
I'm Brad Mortensen, board member. For me, I guess it comes down to two things: quality of work and cost control.
Lacey Garrett, board vice president. I share most of the things that were already spoken. I think timeline, obviously, best friends are always on tight timelines, time frames, and knowing we're not going to start till next year pushes it out a little bit. I'm looking for transparency as well and accountability. I feel like with what we've been dealing with the other project, I feel like it's this finger pointing. So you just, like Brandy said, good news, bad news, share it. I don't care. I don't think we care. Let us know what that is. We'll find a way forward. I really dislike some of the finger pointing games that go on.
Paul Chard, board president. I'll just reiterate, the transparency is huge. I think we're going to have effective communication, mostly and particularly with Mrs. Cody, and also with the community, obviously, and a high level of accountability, and be able to demonstrate to the board and the community that you have a system of accountability to hold our contractors and all of the above to that high level of accountability. And then the warranty period for us is huge, to make sure that our systems are commissioned and effective, and that we are going to have functioning equipment at least in the immediate future after the project's finished. And just working through all of that with integrity.
Absolutely. Marcia Cody, superintendent. My expectations for this project are definitely high quality. I also want the reporting done well. That's important from my perspective. The communication is absolutely key, not just to Mr. Lorenzini and myself and the board, but also to those that are impacted through this project. My expectation is we don't cut corners. We hold whoever does the actual work, the design builder or design bid builder, to the highest standards, and that there is somebody on site frequently, and that is watching that. What would keep me up at night are people who are dishonest, that lack integrity, lack work ethic, aren't transparent. Those are the things. Those are harder to deal with.
Lacey Smith, District Administrative Assistant, and I would say a couple of the things that I would be looking for is clear transparency, kind of like what the board had said, and then strong communication. So.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I hope that wasn't painful.
Marcia, I want to add, I put our fee proposal right on here, right there. Just
Thank
make
you.
sure you saw that.
Thank you. I did. Thank you.
We didn't.
Okay, well, we'll go through our introductions real quick, but in front of you is our placement. And the placement has the agenda on it. On the very front with our photos, in the upper left corner is the agenda. Speaks to what we're going to speak about tonight in that order. And before we get into that agenda portion, though, I'm Andy Fiamengo. I'm going to be your primary point of contact, your senior project manager. I have been doing this a really long time, 38 years in this industry. The last 8, I have been an owner's rep, and all I work on are schools. That's what I do. And they're typically in remote locations across the state, Rocky Ford, Ray, Western Slope, Magosa. That's my job. That's what I do, and I do these complicated CDE projects, best grants that sometimes have bonds and sometimes don't. I get a lot of joy out of doing these because these districts, yours, they get overlooked sometimes. That's why we have the best program. And I get a lot of joy out of bringing renovations and improvements, even if they're just HVAC projects, because students deserve that. I have personally been involved in 8 best grant projects. CDE is a unique animal. They require a lot of reporting. Jay Hoskinson, I worked with at Ray. He's a great guy. He'll be our CDE rep according to the latest mapping that's on their CDE website. Valerie and I both worked with Jay at Ray. He's a great guy. We have a rapport with him. We know what he expects. I'll be doing pre-construction review. I'll be doing overall budget tracking. I'll be working on design and constructability and quality, helping to monitor and manage your schedule, and keeping the entire project team focused on what the expectations are. And with that, I'll turn it over to Val.
Yeah. So I'm Valerie Thompson. I'll also be project manager with Andy. Honestly, just another second set of eyes and ears for you guys, and then also for us. So we will be on the project from day one, all the way through warranty, and then beyond that if you need stuff. A little about me, I'm a Colorado native. I'm 5th generation here on my mom's side. My dad was a project manager for 35 years. My sister's a project manager. I'm a project manager. That's all I hear about at the dinner table growing up. I've been with the company 11 years now. I do mostly all schools. I would say 70 to 80% of what I do is schools. A lot of districts, charter schools as well, and anything from new builds to kind of crazy renovations. Definitely a lot of work in occupied campuses. The other kind of niche that I do is fire stations, which I think relates directly to those occupied campuses with schools, because while maybe we have to shut the power down, we could do that maybe at 4 o'clock on a Friday once everyone leaves. I can't do that with my fire stations. I can't relocate my crews, so I have to get very strategic about plan A, plan B, plan C, and how we operate and what that looks like to keep the station live and keep it occupied, and that's gonna be the same for the schools, right? We gotta make sure we have a plan in place to keep construction moving, but we've got construction over here, and we've got students and staff over here. I have done quite a few HVAC projects, definitely a lot of BEST grant projects. You'll learn in very type A, so for you guys that said like there's the reporting and the BEST grant and the draws, that's where I come in. I like to make sure everything is reviewed fully, make sure it's up to my standards, and then it's, I say, hopefully 100% perfect. We're all human. Before that goes on to you guys, right? I want to make sure that my stamp's on it and that I think it's good and approved before it gets to you guys. So I do have a lot of experience with CDE and the BEST and kind of what they require and what their processes look like. So that would be one of my first tasks with you guys, is sitting down with you, Marcia, and then also your finance team, and really figuring out what that process looks like. Yeah.
All right, I'll go. Chris Spike, been in the industry about 20 years. Colorado native, grew up, actually did high school in Big Springs, Nebraska, and went to Nebraska and came back to Colorado after graduating and joined White Construction Group, where actually I'm Frank Garrett. Worked in Brush a little bit, but my background, mostly pre-construction, business development. That gets a bad rap, but I'll focus on the pre-con part. That's why I'm here. My expertise really helping set up, build budgets, work the pre-con angles, finding the right trade partners, finding the right design team members and support team members, and building a realistic schedule, a realistic budget, and really just setting a project up for success. And that's what I kind of am passionate about, is building something, you know, in my head or in our team's head early on and kind of visualizing and making sure it's gonna work and really, again, just setting it up for success. And I feel like with my more broader experience, I can't say that I'm focused all on schools because I do a lot of different project types, but I have done a lot of school HVAC replacements. I've also done just a lot of VRF projects. I know that was mentioned in the documents and a possibility for this project specifically, and so I bring that kind of background and expertise to the table and hope to be a big support team member to these guys as they move through the kind of the pre-con phase of construction and design. I think that's all I have to share.
Methodology.
Yeah, so I'm going to roll. So we kind of mentioned our experience. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, but our methodology kind of starts with communication. I know you guys mentioned that's really important to you. And you know, number one, we'll figure out what the best way to communicate is. If it's through Marcia and her team with Lacey, we're glad to do that. If it's, you know, privately communicating with Jamie to coordinate on-site type visits or whatever, we'll work with everybody and really want to be a team player and a key team member to this project. But it all starts with communication and being effective with that. Between the three of us, I think you'll probably be over-communicated with, but that's not normally a bad thing. Moving towards kind of the procurement process, we know that the first kind of thought is design build, and we definitely want to learn more about why you guys want to go that route or why that's the envisioned delivery. But we have experience in every kind of delivery, project delivery, so design build, CMGC, design bid build, and I don't know if you all are following me or not, but there's obviously a lot of different ways to contract, and they all have their pros and cons, and we're glad to talk through that and make sure that as a team we're picking the best delivery for your project, for your community, and it's not just based on, in our opinion, it's not just based on what's going on here, but throughout Colorado, there's billions of dollars worth of schoolwork and other work going on, so we want to try to pick partners and a delivery that really provides the best solution to your needs. That's the best way to put it. Anything else on procurement, or you want to talk about contracts?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I mean, really it's about building strong project teams, making sure that it fits with what we need to do here at the district and your scope, right? Because you guys probably have experienced this, but the sub-market is a little thin sometimes, and so again, we want to make sure that we're doing the right delivery method and get the right team on board. And then kind of next is contracts. So we'll work directly with your legal counsel and start developing those contracts. We use a contract called AIA, and that's what we typically recommend. That is something that we as NV5 have kind of taken things we've had from other legal counsels from other schools and kind of morphed into a template, and then we run that by your legal counsel. And that's kind of our main management tool. Like, that's where we need to start, right? We need to have what we call the teeth in that contract. And when we have contract, I'm attaching as exhibits the schedule, their clarifications, their proposal, everything that's going to be contract binding, so that if something comes up on site, it's like, nope, that was already in your contract, right? And so we're already set up for success. So that's just kind of something that we'll start with and making sure we get those protocols in place. Next is commissioning agent. That is someone that we recommend that we want to bring on pretty quickly, because they will be a key player in this kind of project scope and project type, and it's going to be really important to get them on board to help us through that design phase, right? We want them to be part of that through design, help us review shop drawing submittals, all of that, and really want them to be kind of on our team first. And then next is sourcing materials. I'm sure you guys experience this in everything in day-to-day life, but we want to put together a list of long lead items and get ahead of it. My biggest thing is I really am proactive. I hate to be reactive. It drives me nuts. Like I said, I'm type A, so when I have to react to something, I'd rather just be proactive as much as we can, because then we can be reactive to the things we can't control and the things that come up on site that may be contingency items or unforeseen. That's what that's there for, right? So let's do what we can to get ahead, as be proactive as we can. So we'll put together a list, long lead items, work with our design team or contractor and what that is, and identify when to solicit those materials. And then warranty, I know you said that's very important to you. So our standard at NV5, we always recommend is a 2-year warranty. Most owners, reps, and contractors say 1-year warranty. We always do too. We just think that sets you guys up for better success. Just that extra year really gives you guys the benefit if something were to break or something needs to be fixed. I just think that timeline right after 12 months is right when it happens sometimes.
It's a very low-cost insurance
And it's
policy.
very low-cost insurance policy, exactly. And so that is something that we will absolutely manage that warranty process with the contractor and the design team to oversee it if things come up. So that would be our recommendation, and that's even, again, something that I put all the way into the RFQ with the contractor, so that before they even are awarded the job or even propose on the job, they are aware that it's a 2-year warranty. So again, some of those processes that we put in place.
That's it, okay. One of the things that I think would be good for tonight is, please feel free to interject.
Yeah,
as we're sitting around the table talking. This does not have to be a wait till we're done, and if something pops into your head and you don't want to forget it, like that's what I do sometimes, just let us know. We'll ask the question right then and there. So if you turn the placemat over to the back, that is how we're going to kick this project off. So there's an old saying in construction, how the foundation goes is how the rest of the structure goes. And I like to relate that to what we do in the first 90 days. So the schedule that we put together that went in with the RFP, is very aggressive in that first 90 days. And one of the things that my teammates spoke about was vendor procurement. Now, fine doing design build, that's not a problem whatsoever. I've worked in every delivery system known to man. There are pluses and minuses for every delivery system. So we're fine with that. We can dive into greater detail when we kick off the project. But the first order of business is to get to know you guys, understand how you operate with respect to payment, processes for draws, all that kind of upfront work that we need to do. Understanding what your board policies are, how those affect what our procurement procedures are, what the signature authority is for the superintendent that doesn't need board action, things like that. Just the day-to-day business as it relates to how the school district operates. That's the first order of business. But while we're doing that, we're also going to be talking to your legal counsel, as Val had mentioned, because we're going to be running contracts under their nose to make sure that they're happy with those contracts. We cannot jam that documentation down anybody's throat because it's the district council's responsibility to protect you from a legal perspective. They likely will not have any issues with our contract. We've used them 150 times in the last year. So it's not a big deal. We'll also be sitting down, Val and I will be sitting down with Jay, just making sure that the way we've always done it is still the way we do it with CDE, that nothing's changed, no rule changes, no reporting changes, things like that. And I'm very confident in our past relationship with Jay that that's going to take about a 15-minute conversation. And then also, both internal and external, this is a unique project. It's an HVAC renovation, right? So we're going to get to know you. There likely will not be a design advisory group. If we were building a new school, we'd be meeting with teachers and faculty and even students to talk about what their hopes and aspirations were for their new space. This is all about comfort and safety with respect to indoor air quality. So we'll have some of those conversations at very, very high level with certain individuals. Certainly, Jamie is going to be a big part of that as a facilities individual. But we're going to be meeting with you guys, both internal and external, to have those conversations as we start to get into design. We're also going to want to make sure that we understand who at the board we're going to be communicating with. Harsha, you're probably point as far as representative. Some of the districts that I've worked with, Weld RE1, Ray, Rocky Ford, there are certain board members who want to be more active, and we're fine with that. That is not a problem. We're happy to have those conversations in concert with you or individually, whatever the case is. But that's part of the learning process of getting on board that first 90 days. There may be parents or community members who want to be reported to, we're happy to do that too. If we need to come here outside of a board meeting and have a conversation and put together a report where we are with your prior approval, obviously, because sometimes you have to be somewhat guarded in what you give to the community, we're happy to do that too. Because one of the themes that I have picked up on, I'm sure my colleagues have too, is transparency and communication. And I promise you, as I sit here, I have no problem delivering bad news. But I always come with a solution. Okay, there's nothing wrong with asking questions or giving bad news. Hey, this happened. However, we have this solution. That's the right way to manage a construction project. Coming to you and reporting bad news to make me feel better is not a good teammate. We need to have solutions before we tell you what's going on. So in that first 90 days, we talked as a team and realized that really the primary player right out of the chute is our commissioning agent. Because this is an HVAC, somewhat electrical renovation to support the mechanical system. They're pivotal. It's a code requirement to have a commissioning agent. You can't skip by it. This is not a lead or chips project, so we don't really have high performance commissioning, but we have a commissioning agent. There are several on the market that are wonderful, that we work with over and over and over again. Farnsworth, Iconergy, Group 14, I could go down 3 or 4 more. We want to get them engaged, and while we're in the process of selecting them, that's when we want to go out and start talking about design and construction at the same time. Because we want that commissioning agent working in concert with the design team, however we structure that as a team, so that they can help guide cost-effective solutions and make sure we're not over-designing. It's a very important part. And then if they're involved in that, it makes the commissioning process on the back end much, much simpler. And also, they know the engineers that operate the state. So we're gonna probably ask them to give their 2 cents in the selection process to make sure that the people we bring on board are qualified. They may have great price, but if they don't know how to do it as effectively as somebody else, it's not a good marriage. So that's the primary initial vendor. We need to bring on a third-party consultant for material testing and inspections. That's pretty standard with state inspections with DFPC. Need to really study the AHERA and make sure that we're not going to discover something that's kind of unforeseen. I understand in reading the best application that the applicant, you guys felt that you had done that, but we want to cross T's and dot I's and make sure that if we do have a need for it, the time to bring that consultant, the industrial hygienist and designer, is right at the beginning before we get any construction done. Because if we do uncover something, we want to get that remediated well before we start any construction, so that it doesn't stop construction once we've started. That's a real project killer in terms of schedule on these projects, is if you're off to the races and you're starting to do stuff and then you find some duct sealant, pookie, we call it, that's hot, everything stops. And all it does is cost us money with general conditions because our contractor can't work anymore, and now we're spending money on that, and I hate spending money on general conditions. There's no return on our investment for added time to a project schedule. And Val and I watch that very closely. We expect people to be reporting to us at every OAC meeting with respect to 2-week, 3-week look-ahead schedules, and we won't even look at a pay application if they're not updating their baseline schedule monthly, network logic critical path. So we're hawkish when it comes to that kind of stuff. And our contracts will be written that way. They don't get to go, well, we'll get it to you in a couple weeks. No, it's right in your contract. Provide this with your pay application. Now, why don't you talk a little bit about what we're going to do with respect to project management and dashboard and all that stuff?
Yeah, so as far as budget, obviously a big one, we have budget template. It's in Excel. We've been using it for company for over 20 years and tweaking it. It's got probably 150 line items on it. Some of those won't even apply to your project. But what we like to do is have that template for every project so that I can go down and say, all right, we don't need this, but let me check that box or cross that out that we don't need it, so that we've gone through and thought about all that. So It's a simple Excel spreadsheet. Everyone can access it, you guys as the board. It's really easy to maneuver, and we'll track, all of our encumbrances in there, all of our transfers. I'll do all my notes in there. And then what I also do is, when we have an approved project budget, I know that we've got a budget established, but when that's approved and I've got all my line items filled out, and you guys look at it and say, okay, we're good. But then we transfer that to an online called Ingenious, and you guys will get an owner dashboard, and so you can see where we're at real time. All of our projects, I'm updating those daily, so that I want to be, if we go to, let's say we go to an owner, architect, contractor weekly meeting, and you guys say, hey Val, we got this alternate, like we want to accept this additional scope, do we have the capacity to do that? We can sit down real time and say, you know what, actually right now I really want to get this portion and this part of the project done until I feel comfortable releasing this much contingency for added scope. Does that make sense? So there comes a part where we hit certain milestones and I say, okay, let's approve that, right? And we'll identify all of those alternates that you guys might have early on in the project, so we get pricing for that. So long story short, we have a budget track. It's really easy to use. It's something that I live by. That's what keeps me up at night. If I'm off by a penny, then I'm twitching and wondering up. So
Yeah, nobody asked us what keeps us up.
yeah, that's what keeps me up at night, and I like my sleep. Trust me. So so we have our budget management tool. Super easy to use, and you guys will always have full access to it. The other thing that we can do is come to every board meeting or give you a board report, however you guys like to operate. And we're very used to that. And I'll come through and update you on the project budget and maybe some changes that we had or things that happened throughout the month, and just to keep you guys updated. So no problem doing that as well. And then as Andy alluded to, master schedule. So we ask the contractor to provide, sometimes it's a 4-week look ahead or 6-week look ahead at every week, and we'll manage that with you guys. And then, yes, I will not even look at their invoice or pay app until I have a full CPM critical path schedule from them. Again, just kind of one of the things that I require before paying them. So usually motivates them. Usually motivates them to get it to me. So.
Yeah, I would think so. People like to get paid. And it's important to us that we pay them timely.
Yeah.
Because nothing will stop a project faster than us dragging our feet on getting paperwork processed quickly. So the systems we have in place to do that, I just live and die by. There's nothing, no one can convince me that anybody does it better than we do. And Val and I have been working together 8 years.
Yeah.
So we have it down to a science, and I'm quite proud of it. In fact, I would draw your attention to the bottom right-hand corner of the back of this page, where the superintendent, that's about an hour away from you, has said some really nice stuff about us. We did the PK through 12 kind of consolidation of the middle school at Buchanan, and that's an HVAC renovation, no matter how you want to look at it, because we did a ground-up addition to that school, but then we did a ton of remodel. And so, the one thing I would draw your attention to is just about, not all of them, I'm not gonna lie, because I don't. That's not my walk. But just about every CDE project that we do that is an addition renovation has a relatively heavy component of HVAC renovation, because the code changes, right? And so, everybody used to say, oh my gosh, it's so hard to get LEED certified. You could fall out of bed now and get LEED certified, because the code has evolved in such a way where you can't skip around anything. The commissioning component, the ASHRAE components, the indoor air quality, which is something we want to study immediately, by the way, so that we're going into design with the right state of mind. The fresh air requirements that are required for air exchange. These are all things that are code requirements now. So we're very aware of what the expectations are from DFPC and from the IBC in terms of code, and that's how we're going to manage right out of the chute.
Yeah, I'll just add the last thing on the initial 90 days. I think it's really important. We're mitigating as much risk as we can in that upfront time period, and the farther along design goes and the duration goes, the less we can impact it. So our number one goal from day one is mitigating risk and setting, like I said, setting the project up for success. So I think we're really excited to jump into that and have the tools and the templates and everything set up and ready to go that will allow us to hit the ground running.
Yeah, we're back at Ray right now, taking care of all their hail. There's $7 million of work out at Ray, just the school, and then there's another 5 at the hospital and at the assisted living facility up at Hillcrest.
So we're
Thank you.
back in that community as a result of that project.
And I'll interrupt, and Mr. Kramer did reach out to me, and I could vouch for that he gave a very positive review.
That guy,
I know him.
Oh.
he's a good dude, I'll tell you
He's
what.
a good guy.
Coach of the year, football.
Mike, before we move into Q&A, do we want to just run through YNB5 and then we'll get off of our placemat, or do we want to say that for last?
Or save it for the end.
I'd like to say, if it's okay with you, why don't we go ahead and go through questions and answers? You know, I'll talk about that as we go through with respect to why we think we're the best choice, but I think at this point right now, we're happy to sit and field questions from you and do the best we can answer.
Well, we have a ton of them.
We're not scared through it.
So we have just a list of questions we're gonna rotate through. And some of these are gonna be already things that you've addressed, and so apologize for that.
That's okay.
I'll lead off. Our district is pursuing a turnkey design-build approach with this HVAC renovation. Can you share a specific example of a similar K-12 mechanical system renovation you've overseen using this delivery method, and what lessons learned would you apply to our project?
You wanna do
Well,
that?
currently we're working on a charter school that's a K-12, and almost identical situation, you know, that the system's 50 years old and is a heat pump system with cooling tower and boiler, just like Thompson Primary. And so it's very similar, and that we're looking at a CMGC delivery method, and partly that's kind of the district or the school's preference, but also we felt like it was the appropriate delivery in their specific circumstances and situation. And I think design build is great if you have good bridging documents and can really set up a very, very solid scope of what you need, and have some, as far as bridging documents, that's basically what we would give to contractors to bid off of, and kind of the standard that you expect. So in some districts they have set specifications, right? And we would give them those and tell them this is what you're building to as far as specifications go. Not always do you have plans, but those bridging documents are really what they're pricing off of, what they're building the proposal off of. So in that case, we don't have much, and so we feel that we're better off designing and then bringing on a CMGC early to still get their local input and pricing and scheduling, and hopefully procure any long lead items as soon as possible. So it's very similar design build, but we just have, the nice thing about CMGC is that the architect can still provide construction administration from kind of a third party standpoint versus being part of that design build team. And so there's just, that's kind of the advantage that we saw there, and the school agreed with us on that. We also have another project going concurrently, and so we want to be able to kind of more creatively collaborate between all parties involved in both of those projects. We have a gymnatorium that's being built in kind of unison under bond money while we're doing the best grant, or the HVAC project underneath best grant money. So that's the goal anyways, and we'll see how that one moves forward. These guys we've all done K-12 mechanical projects, not all under design build. I think, again, we have to understand a little bit more why you guys believe that's the right approach, and what documents you have to provide to help us do so. And again, those bridging documents are really critical. Trying to think what other lessons learned I have from mechanical projects, but the nice thing is that, yes, we feel like we have a lot of time before construction is going to start in 26, but really that time's going to go really fast, and we need to use every minute of it to pre-plan. Whether it's just getting the design right, number one, getting the right people on board, and picking the right team to build your project and perform, and making sure they understand both the unique challenges and opportunities that you guys have in front of you. So those are some other kind of, I guess, pros and cons. You want to finish that?
I just had one thought, and that is, when you do a more traditional design, bid build or design and then bring on a contractor to aid in the design, which is a separate firm. The architect is responsible for creating the documents that Chris is talking about, and they have to be very, very exacting, because that's how they're gonna go out to the market, and that's contractually how we're gonna hold them accountable for what they do. In design build scenario, there's a tendency for the specifications and the documents to be a little weaker because they're operating under the same tent. And so my concern is holding them accountable to what our job is to protect you. We are not the representative for the architect, we are not the representative for the contractor or any of the consultants. We represent you. And so we are gonna stand shoulder to shoulder with you and make sure that you're treated fairly and you get the best value you possibly can. It's gonna be not impossible, there's nothing impossible, but there's more work that goes into making sure that the documents are exacting and hold that firm accountable for what our expectations are. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? It's a little bit of the fox watching the hen house scenario.
Yeah, if we went design build, I think there's one more third-party consultant that we probably have that we don't have listed, and that's a cost consultant. And we want them to be checking our design build contractors' costs every step of the way, every milestone of design, and that's gonna help us hold them accountable on the cost side.
Right.
And then we were talking about this earlier, the other piece would be basically contractually we'll make sure that if we get to the point where we expect a GMP and they can't meet our budget, then that design is ours and we're going to market with it, and they're done. So they can still bid on it, but they will be competing. That's basically how we control that to a degree. So it's not a bad approach. I love design build, but you have to have really good bridging documents, and so we'd have to know a little bit more about what you guys have and what we can create to facilitate that delivery method. I think we beat that one up.
Yeah.
I think we beat that.
Well, it's great information.
It is kind of soft.
Did that answer your question?
I think
Okay.
very completely.
Great.
Given that this project involves replacing major HVAC systems in an occupied school building, how would you ensure minimal disruption to school operations while maintaining student and staff safety?
Yes,
Oh.
absolutely. I can handle it.
You wanna handle that?
Sure.
Okay, that's fine.
The first thing that we're gonna have to do is put together a logistics plan, working with both the contractor, and you guys as the school, figuring out kind of what that looks like, because it won't just be the same logistics plan for the whole, project, right? We're gonna have to do kind of it in phases, like to call it. And so I know that we're gonna start this before school's up for summer, so we need to make sure we understand even your bell schedules, your testing schedules, making sure that we're not making disruption and noise, during certain periods. Because there's going to be some sacrifices on the school's end, right? But there will be in construction. It has to be compromised and kind of what works for both. Like I alluded to earlier, I'm very much about plan A, B, and C. So if something's not working, then the contractor can change that to meet your guys' needs, and make sure that we're not disrupting school. I think it's also really important, we send all of the subs through the Raptor program, which you guys are probably familiar with. And I think it's important for them to have like separate entrances, just so that we're not, we're gonna have to cross paths at certain points, contractors and students, but just minimize that and kind of figure out what works the best for you. And just disruption for the students, because you have construction workers there and plastic up, it's a change for them, right? And it becomes a distraction for them. So just figuring out a way that we can make them focus just on school and pretend like we're not there and try to figure out those logistics plans.
It's what we did at Valley High School.
Yeah.
At Well Area 1. That entire
That's all I do.
renovation was while school was underway. In fact, that was every project. And that was a bond initiative. That was back in 2016. The work was done 17 to 20. Every school was occupied. You just have to figure it out.
Yeah.
But we're going to need to sit with you and understand your expectation, where maybe we can give up a classroom or two, consolidate, things like that. Val's frighteningly good at that. She sells herself short. Did that answer your question?
Did, yeah, thank you
Okay.
very much.
The best grant application notes significant ventilation deficiencies in the current system. How would you verify that the new HVAC design and installation properly addresses these ventilation issues?
I touched on that a little bit when I talked about the commissioning component.
We'd also do, if you didn't do indoor air quality sampling already, we can do that, and then we can set a standard for the design and then test it again as soon as it's complete and commissioned. Which, again, going back to Andy's, the commissioning's huge.
It's
but-
critical. There are a number of air exchanges you're required to have per code. There's occupancy sensors to make sure that exhaled air doesn't overtake the room. People get sleepy when that happens, so we can't have that with students, but that's going to be the big component bringing our commissioning agent in. They're going to be our eyes and ears when it comes to understanding what the expectation is code-wise, so that when the documents start to get created, they can check against that.
That piece of the project would be probably the most intrusive component to install too, just because, at least from what I saw when we walked the site, you know, there's going to be a lot of design that goes into it to be as you know, low impact as possible, not just during installation, but as like from a cost standpoint too, because we've got to get air from the outside, inside, and then distributed. So, you know, I don't know, from what I recall, there's just individual vent systems in every room maybe. So it'll be interesting to see what designers come up with, but it'll be a collaborative process.
How it integrates with the VRF.
Yeah.
If that's the path we take. Did that answer your question, Brad?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Our project budget is approximately $5.1 million through the BEST grant program. What specific strategies would you employ to ensure cost control while maintaining quality throughout the project?
Me? This one's easy. Well, the first part is hire the right people, right? The program and the systems we have in place as it relates to getting them on board in the first place, they have to meet a qualitative requirement. They have to know what they're doing. Once we get the quantitative part worked out, that's going to be a function of, as the drawings grow from schematic through design development through construction documents, we're keeping a lid on scope creep, right? So that we don't allow the project to blow up. Mm-hmm. And that's the great mystery in the process we call pre-construction, is how do we manage the cost? And that's pricing it at 50% SDs, schematic design. Okay, are we still on budget? Yes. All right, now we're in design development. Oh, we look like we're about 300,000 over budget. No, you're not. You're gonna have to go back and figure out how to keep it back to where we said. This is not a bank. And we have those really difficult conversations. And I come back, or Val comes back and reports to you the bad news that we're $300,000 over budget. Oh, but wait a minute, we have a solution. And we are gonna do this, this, and this to get this project back down. That way, because redesigning is very expensive for the people that are designing. It is incredibly expensive, especially if they have to start over, right? So we're helping them by not allowing scope creep into the mechanical system and forcing them to think a little outside the box with respect to solutions that keep the lid on the project cost. If we were going to just design it, let's see what the market says, then it's not design, build, or CMGC. At that point, you're designing and you're throwing it out to 10 people to bid it, and we'll see where it comes in. It's not why you're hiring us.
Yeah, and we'll put our budget into the RFP, RFQ for design team and design build team to say, this is the budget, this is what you have to design to. Again, it goes back to those contract tools that we use. So.
There's a couple other things that we do during design phase to help keep things on track. And one is, you know, maybe there's alternates that we want to look at that are desired products or desired components, but they're not required. So maybe those are alternates. We also can run cost study analysis against different systems per se, so that'll be something maybe we have to do really early on. And you know, maybe VRF isn't within the budget, but maybe going back with a similar system to what you have, it is, and so we'll have to look at that probably right off the bat, right, with everybody. So that'll be part of what we write into these procurements of these team members to make sure that they understand that that's part of the job. They're signing up to help us get through that step one. Step one is figuring out what we can do with your budget.
You know, the other last thing is, it's not just a mechanical renovation.
Yeah, there's other pieces to that.
I mean, if you have to put an 8-ton RTU on the roof, you're now doing a structural modification. Oh, okay. Structural modification, are we gonna be able to do that from above, or do we have to do it reinforcing from below? We can only do it from below. Now you're replacing ceilings. So all those processes that we think through with respect to forecasting cost starts right out of the chute. And VRF may be, 30% of what you spend every month on your heating and electricity as it relates to HVAC is going outside because of either leaky ducts or poor performing equipment or inefficient equipment. VRF takes up less space. You can heat and cool in separate rooms at separate times. It doesn't have to be seasonally contingent. There are great advantages to it, but out the door, it is typically more expensive. So to Chris's point, we do a cost-benefit analysis. What's the payback period based on the savings we think we can get that we're going to force the engineering team to do that energy study and tell us what kind of savings we get, so that we're not just designing something, slapping a Band-Aid on it, and you go, God, I hope our energy bills are better next month. We should know that before we get started on the true design. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
This project requires careful coordination with CDE and BEST grant requirements. Can you walk us through your experience managing BEST grant funding requirements and your specific process for handling draw requests?
Yes. I've done multiple BEST grant projects. I just wrapped up Global Village Academy in Thornton a couple years ago, 2.5 years ago. Yes, I'm very detailed with that. I know all of BEST and CDE's requirements for the draw process. I know exactly what to do for the cover sheet, what they require as far as the invoicing, the W-9s, and getting that all packaged up. What I do is I gather all the invoices throughout the month, and then once a month I go through and I will enter them onto our budget. I will review those. If the architect's billing 50% and we're only at 40%, I'm going to push back and get those all those details kind of ironed out and something, maybe not approve it and get all of that behind the scenes before it comes to you. But anyway, I'm very familiar, we all are with the CD and the BEST grant process. So again, it's just integrating into their cover sheet. If I'm not doing a CDE project, I'm still actually doing kind of the same draw process in my other projects, just maybe a different reporting sheet. But I am very familiar with the process. So, I think Chris said this earlier, I've done it where I've had a cash grant through CDE, and then I've also got bonds, and then I've got general funds. So sometimes I'm even doing 3 different draws a month, depending on the funding source and whatnot. But yes, I have no issue there. So does that help? I don't know how to describe it, but I do it. And I try to be a perfectionist at it. We're all humans, but we all do our best, right?
How would you handle the transition period between the existing systems and new systems, particularly given that some equipment like the cooling tower must be maintained operational during certain periods?
I'll take a stab at that. Probably the easiest transition is if you did a VRF, because that system can operate independently of what's currently there. And then the real question is, if you do go that route, do you want to yank out all that duct that's going to sit in there and likely not be used, or at least the vast majority of it? So you could put a new system in place, and then as part of the decommissioning, which we would require the commissioning agent to be a part of, we could decommission that at the very, very end. Otherwise, we're going to be marrying the existing system to the system you have.
Yeah, and that can be done even, I think the concern partly is that we'd be doing that over the summer months when it's hotter and heck out. And, I think the strategy there would be to get the fresh air systems in place and be dumping fresh air in, which typically have a heating and cooling component to a degree, just not to the same degree that the VRF or heat pump systems do, but that would help keep the building cooler, and we just have to work with you guys to make sure we're not burning anything up in there or anybody that's occupying the building during the summer months. That'd be the other strategy if we were swapping the systems out, and or maybe even the cooling tower swapped out last as it's starting to cool down seasonally. So we'd have to just work with the team and figure it out, but it's totally feasible. Thanks.
I'm not next, but I get skipped on that.
Oh, sorry. You can take my spot.
What is your approach to reviewing and validating contractor proposals, particularly regarding the sizing and specifications of major mechanical equipment like boilers and chillers?
Well, we have a very detailed process for reviewing proposals and pricing, and that's partly where I come in because of my analytical skills with regards to spreadsheets and whatnot, and just my past in pre-construction. I'm very detailed in that regard and looking at everybody's proposal, making sure everything's apples to apples and filling in the blanks. And then with regard to kind of the second component of that, the major, specifying and sizing of the major mechanical equipment, that's partly what I was referring to with bridging documents. We, to some degree, have to provide that, and that's partly why Andy's grand scheme is to bring on a commissioning agent early to help us make sure we're doing so, identify the deficiencies in the system that's existing right now, and help us create that plan forward. Alternatively, either way, we have to define that for whatever delivery process we take, whether it's design build or CMGC or design bid build. But it just the where we kind of cross that T and dot that I changes a little bit within that process. So design build, we have to have like a very, like I said, very good bridging document. The other scenarios, we rely on the design team to help us build those documents and those specifications, and then we make sure the contractors are building to the plans and specifications. So two different approaches, both feasible. Again, it just depends on what we have time to get built up front. It's going to take a little bit more time up front with these team members to build the design build RFP essentially versus the other approach. Does that answer? Or did I babble too much?
You're good, thank you.
I felt like this one you've answered all the way through, but I'm gonna ask it and you guys can add anything else you want to.
Okay.
Our district has already worked with a design build firm to develop the initial scope. How would you evaluate their existing plans while ensuring we're getting the best value and appropriate solutions?
Yeah, I mean, we did touch on it a little bit. I think we'd want the commissioning agent to review their plans, and then we'd want a third party check their costs. I mean, I could go into the budget that I've seen on BEST right now and give some feedback, but there's definitely some question marks in my head right now, and then there's also some opportunities I see. So we really just have to get involved with all the parties, but again, to make sure you're getting best value, we gotta get that commissioning agent on board, and then we gotta check costs against maybe not just third party, but even I still think a competitive process would be due diligence on everybody's part to make sure that we are getting the best product and best value. So that would start with contracting and procurement.
But we're gonna hold whoever the contractor is, whether it's CMGC or design build, however we decide as a team to move forward, they have to get competitive pricing for subcontractors. That doesn't go away ever. If they show up and go, we got a bid, like, oh, try again, because expectation, we need to have a bell shaped in terms of understanding high, low, and best value.
And it can be tricky in some of the rural areas, but you guys are right on a heavily traveled corridor, and I think a lot more accessible than some of the Walsh and Holyoke's farther.
Right.
So we've got experience in all these areas, and we have some strategies and tricks of the trade too. But.
The project may include storm damage projects such as a roof replacement and other exterior construction work, which will be outside the BEST grant scope. How would you coordinate these parallel projects to maximize efficiency and minimize disruption?
Okay, I'll start.
It's on the PMs.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good.
Yeah. Then when it goes wrong,
That's a concept.
I come up with a plan and they execute.
That's no issue for us. I've dealt with that all the time. Actually, right now, different. It's just adding interchanging scope. I'm just built a gym for a school, and they were a warming kitchen, and they decided to become a full service kitchen. So they threw that in at me, and so I helped kind of do those parallel tracks. I know it's different scopes, but really it's it's understanding, again, building the scope, schedule, budget. Those are the three things that we really need to outline to understand and put together a plan in place. So I'm gonna do the same thing that I did for the HVAC project, put those processes in place. Let's get our scope, schedule, budget outlined and figure out how to intertwine those schedules too. Because there might be some efficiencies we can use, right?
I have a question. Is this something that we would be managing? Or is it a separate project?
Likely to be a separate project.
With
I
a
think it's-
different construction group,
Possibly,
owners
yeah.
rep, whole thing? Okay.
I mean, I
So,
guess there's options.
can we just
but-
describe?
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
we've already put an RFPQ out for the storm damage piece.
I kind of remember that.
Uh-huh.
And so, I mean, that's where we're at with that. We haven't selected an owner's rep for that piece yet.
I think-
Maybe able
I
to
think
help or
we can help with
coordinate.
that.
Coordinate, yeah, we just can help coordinate
If
as
it's,
well.
if it's with a different party, then we just have to have meetings with them, coordinate the work, make sure that we're working together and our schedules jive and we're not stepping on each other's toes, and understand that at the end of the day, we just both need to get the job done, and if we don't, then I guess come to blows.
Have you ran into that
Yeah, we will.
situation in the past? Where
When others are
we've got another owner's rep working on a similar project that's overlapping on the same building at the same time. I mean, obviously, if we're doing roof and HVAC at the same time, that's big time coordination to get those done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't speak for them specifically, but I've had projects that overlap, and whether or not another owner's rep was on it, I don't recall, but I know in general, again, it just goes back to communicating and making sure that both parties are playing nice and doing the best to communicate and work together and work through the logistics of everything, which if it's roofing and mechanical, then yeah, those two are gonna go together a lot. And we wanna make sure they come in after us, probably.
Yeah.
To a
At
degree.
Rocky Ford, we are doing the ground up renovation portion, and they decided it was best to hire us to do the roof, which is a separate grant, and to manage that. So in that particular instance that we're talking about, we're doing this, yeah, we probably should have them do this as well to eliminate just what you're speaking about.
Yeah.
But look, you're our client, so we're gonna wanna do what's in your best interest. If you haven't selected an owner's rep, like a shot at it, guess what I would say?
Appreciate your answer.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, again, you've answered some, but feel free to answer more.
No, I'm good.
Are you good,
We're
JP?
running over, sorry.
No, we're good.
Oh, okay.
Short and quick.
You guys good?
Yeah.
All right,
okay,
here we
sorry,
go.
Brandon, looking at the time for
We're
you
not
guys.
used to being at board meetings all night like you guys are.
Yeah. We're fine.
We're
just
wearing you
go
down
back
yet?
to the
You wanna trade places?
I'm actually on my school's long range planning committee meeting, but we're done in a couple hours.
Andy, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. What is your process for documenting and tracking issues during construction, and how do you ensure timely resolution when problems arise?
Yes. So for documenting during construction, so we'll have our owner, architect, contractor weekly meetings. We'll be on site for those and then on site additionally as needed. So the contractor will have, of course, their agendas and then their meeting minutes. And then me and Andy will also keep a log of issues and then put dates to it, establish timelines of when this needs to get resolved, who needs to be part of the meeting. Because a lot of times, we might have a civil item come up or drainage item. Well, we need to have a separate meeting, maybe not for this project, but we need to have a separate meeting with the right people in the right place. Does that make sense? So we'll keep a log for that as well. And then again, we review those contractor meeting minutes and making sure that they're actually putting in those timelines and establishing, the scope and what needs to be done. Because essentially, those become, again, another management tool throughout the project. And so again, just making sure that we're keeping those meeting minutes up to date and those agendas.
Thank you.
More to add to that. And board, and then I'll report to you guys on the board as well.
Given our project timeline with completion needed by August 2026, what major milestone would you establish, and how would you ensure the schedule stays on track?
So I want to give you an example, if I could. here ever built Legos? What do you happens when you don't have the right parts? Can't finish it. So, to your point, we're going to want to capture what the design is very early on. That's why getting them engaged and getting out and ahead on design, because if we can come to an agreement that the design direction we're heading is correct with respect to value of budget, we can order material ahead of time, procure it, pay for it, hold it at the factory so it's not sitting out here at the school district, still under the control of the subcontractor, and then when they show up, it's first in, first out. We're not waiting, we're not opening things up, we're not losing valuable time on those general conditions I was talking about. Because this is really, it's a summer wonder that starts at the end of March. It's a barn burner. And in order to do barn burners, you gotta have all your Legos and Tinker Toys and Lincoln Logs in place so that that superintendent who's managing the project has all the components they need to do the work. So I would suggest that we, as part of the procurement of the delivery system, we establish that as a criteria in selecting them. When will you be able to commit to providing this material and having it purchased ahead of final documents? There's a little bit of a crapshoot because sometimes things tweak a little bit, but the best way to get these things done quickly is to have all the parts and pieces in place, and that may be a deciding component in the direction that we go. Oh, it's super inexpensive. Yeah, but it takes 12 months to get the parts, then it's not a good system for you guys. Cheap is not always best, or excuse me, inexpensive is not always best. Sometimes you spend a little bit of money to ensure that you can get the parts and pieces you need when it comes time to put the parts and pieces in place. Does that make sense?
I'll add the major milestones are in design are your schematic design, your concept or DD design, and then your CDs. And what Andy's alluding to, I think, is during our solicitation of and procurement of that design firm, whether it's design, bid, build, design, whichever delivery, we want to know when that design firm is comfortable releasing certain large or long lead items, like mechanical units, or if we had to replace any electrical gear. I just got word that one of my buddies that's an electrical contractor that some of the big gear is 60 weeks out now, which previously it was 42. So, you know, things are changing, or people are expecting changes, and we definitely want to keep an eye on that and keep a pulse on that and make sure we order them early. So, specific to milestones, there's a lot of different milestones, but there's some for design and there's some for contracting, and we'll help establish those based on kind of what the balance from that completion date.
And we identified all those milestones in the schedule that we submitted to you as part of the RFQ.
Yeah, Andy has a pretty detailed list.
RFQP notes that commissioning and proper system operation verification are crucial. What specific steps would you take to ensure proper commissioning of all new HVAC systems?
That was our first step, is getting a good commissioning agent on board. We've written, I don't know how many, RFQPs for commissioning, and we know a number of commissioning agents that would be glad to work on this project, and so we will definitely that'll be step one, according to Andy's schedule. It actually is like one of the, after we do our little meet and greets, it'll be like step one is getting that RFP out. They're written and contracted to just as strict a contract as anybody else on the team, and they have high standards set by us, and if they don't follow those, then we'll take whatever measures we have to enforce the contract. And the contracts are our number one tool, and they're the most important thing that we have to use to manage the project, and we live and die by them, and so we're going to make sure that they're written very well with very strict requirements and expectations, and if people can't keep up, then we'll find somebody else. But it's not going to happen because we're only going to hire the best.
When we do hire the commissioning agent, agreed that this is the right person, they put together a commissioning manual and set the tone for the designer and for the builder. on the specific items that they need to meet so that they are fully aware when they engage and go into construction what the expectation of the commissioning agent is. The commissioning agent is not just there to go, yeah, it looks good. I mean, there is a if I showed you the commissioning reports and the day-to-day reporting that they do, because they'll come out to the job site weekly, or even more, depending on how quickly this, probably on a project like this, during construction, they're gonna be out here quite a bit. Not every day. I'm gonna tell you something that's not true, but they will certainly be out here a lot, looking and testing to make sure that the intent of the contract documents is being met. That's the quality control portion of commissioning. These guys know before they even step foot on the project what the commissioning agent's gonna be looking at, so they can be proactive in making sure they meet those expectations.
It's very specific within, it'll be very specific within the contract for the contractor and the design team too, so all parties will have a play or a part in the commissioning process, including us. 13.
How would you handle communication between all stakeholders, including our maintenance staff, school admin, teachers, and parents throughout the construction process?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the best way to go about that is understanding what works the best for you guys. It's different for every one of my clients. Really, but the key with communication is consistency, right? We don't want any rumor mills out there. So I think it's really consistent messaging. And honestly, like I said, just figure out what works best for you guys, whether it's working with Marcia and we decide, all right, this is our plan. We're gonna report to teachers, once a month on what's going on, or weekly, and kind of figuring out what that looks like. The other thing that I do is I work to set up, if you guys are okay with this, is set up a construction kind of update that students, staff, parents can click on your website, and we'll just give a blurb of like, here's what's coming up, very high level, but something again that's consistent messaging so that everyone's going to the website and getting the same communication tools. And we'll say, we're gonna take over this hallway this week, but it'll be back open, and maybe we don't even get that detailed, but just again, keeping that consistent communication, figuring out what works for us and how we want to communicate. We'll come up with a communication plan.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
With even the best team, there will likely be issues in the 1 to 2 years after completion that will need attention from busy vendors. How do you manage follow-up and warranty phase services for us and hold vendors accountable for performance after all parties have been paid in full? Use examples from recent experience if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I alluded to earlier is we definitely recommend a 2-year warranty. It just happens that things break in the 13 months or the 12 months, right? But I think, again, and as you said, it's an inexpensive insurance policy to get that additional year. Really what it is, it's the best thing we can do is working with either Jamie or whoever are going to be submitting those warranty requests and making sure that we outline that process for you. Like if you guys providing pictures of the warranty items helps us so much, us and the contractor, figuring out what that item might be before we're out here and what subcontractors we need to bring. So we'll have that process set up. And then also I will monitor, let's say we're 0 degrees out and we're out of heat. That is an emergency item that needs to be taken care of within 24 hours. And so that's something that I'll help to manage, and I'll be on the phone with the contractors being like, what time are we getting out there? Who's gonna be out there? And making sure that that gets fixed, right? If there's an item that maybe doesn't take as long, that maybe can take 48 hours to 72 hours, we'll mark that and make sure that gets you guys updated. But really it's going back to that communication to say, hey, you know what, we're gonna have someone out there in 2 hours. Can you please make sure that they have access to that classroom or whatever that might be, and working with you guys so we can get the item addressed. But again, I think a recent experience, actually I just had this happen, the same experience. At one of my schools, the heat went out, as we know, we've been experiencing cold temperatures, and so it was important. It was on a Friday afternoon too, so we needed to make sure that we got the contractor out there that afternoon before it got frozen overnight and any pipes froze. And so I was on the phone with the contractor and even the subcontractor, making sure that they were out there. So, yeah.
I'll just add that part of the closeout process is that every subcontractor provides their warranty letter, which is basically an agreement that they will provide warranty services. And if they don't, then we will find someone else to perform it on their behalf, and we'll bill them or do whatever we have to do to make sure that they're held accountable throughout that process. So.
I've had to do that once. I had to bring in my own electrician because I couldn't get him back out there to fix some lighting. at a school, so, and then just back charge it, so here's your invoice, so.
Is a 2-year warranty kind of max, or is
No,
there
I
such a
mean,
thing as
you
warranty?
can go more, but warranty is basically a contractor, the cost for warranty on the contractor side is basically a guess at what, time we're gonna have to put in that time frame. And it can vary in cost or what people think, but the good contractors, it's a low cost. So, but normally after 2 years, yeah, it does start to compound, we'll say. 2 years is kind of what we've found and what I think the industry will, you could probably find industry-wide is a reasonable time frame to tackle those common issues. And a lot of products, equipment will have a much longer warranty period, right? So you can still get
That's
rooftop equipment replaced. You might have to pay for the labor, but not the equipment price. So
Same with like a roof warranty, right? That's longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it just depends. And then one thing real quick, part of our closeout process, like for you and your team, when we do owner training, I have all of those videotaped so that, if you bring a new person on your team or whatever, probably boring, but they can sit down and go through the owner training in those videos and see how all those systems work. Because the mechanical systems, they're a lot to manage sometimes, and they're sophisticated, I guess is the best way to put it. And so we want to make sure we set you guys up for success and you guys have all the tools.
Okay.
Okay.
What is your firm's standard limitation of liability amount for a project of this size and scope?
this is a tricky question.
Yeah.
I'm trying to read between the lines. You told me I had to cover it. My standard limitation of liability is possible, but I'm not sure if I totally understand the question.
I think it stems from some past situations. So we're
Yeah.
just making sure that you do have.
We have professional liability, and all of the, we'll make sure that the insurance requirements, meet your district's policies, but we may also have recommendations to go beyond that. And professional liability is something that we'll make sure is included and covers maybe concerns that could come into play if, say, performance of a system was not, the system wasn't performing to what we expected or to the specification. And then on the contractor side, they too have specific liability limits. There's a lot more that has to be discussed on that, and who's going to carry what insurance policies, builder's risk,
yeah.
et cetera. We have pretty great limits of liability. I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at
We
you.
will
I'm just
not
trying
have
to
a
laugh.
problem,
I'm
we will
not sure.
not have a problem
Yeah.
meeting insurance requirements.
Yeah, I know we meet your insurance requirements. I'm just.
Maybe
This
let's just
project-
push into the second part of that
Yeah.
question with
Okay.
Sean, and then I think you have it covered.
Yeah. Yeah, let's, this is like what, 5? So each of yous don't have to answer each part of this question. Okay?
Sum it up.
We've already heard the answer more.
I know. We're at our
Okay.
time.
Does your firm have a standard form of contract for owner's representative services, and does it typically include a limitation of liability clause for this type of work? If so, what is your standard liability limit? Is this limit negotiable? Please also tell us about your professional liability insurance coverage and limit, and note that in the dispute venue clause, that all disputes shall be resolved in Morgan County District Court.
I don't think that's an issue, the last part of that question. Some of this we'll have to probably get back to you on to understand exactly.
So we can send you our standard service agreement and then just run it through your legal counsel, right? Is
Yeah.
that what you're doing?
The legal counsel will set those limits
Yeah.
based on your requirements as a district. We'll meet those limits, just like they're gonna set the limits and the expectations for general liability rates, workman's comp, builder's risk. They're gonna have certain riders associated with additional insured, all that stuff. That'll be set by district council. We'll have no problem hitting those.
But the limits are always, I'll say, negotiable for the right price, right? An example we were working with Hanover School District, and their council had suggested a really high professional liability, I think is what it was, and it was
kind of, I think it was double what kind of the industry standard was. And through the solicitation process, it was pointed out to us by all the architects, and they said, well, we said, well, provide what you normally provide, and then give us an ad alternate to provide what we want. And in that case, it was a $50,000 ad to go to that coverage. So it ended up being something that the district decided not to carry. They accepted the standard limits that the architects offered. But yeah, I think I'll have to, I don't know the answer completely to your question here, but we can certainly look at it. Is the limit negotiable? For sure.
Well, don't shoot the messenger.
Yep.
That's something we can figure out.
Sean, we don't mind being vulnerable. If we don't know the answer, I'm not gonna make something up to get out of the room and get back to Denver. That's not, we will get back to you.
They probably want to stay.
Well, we're gonna leave right now. The point is, I'm not gonna lie to you about what the amount is.
You're not a salesman, are you? Huh? You're not a salesman, then, are you?
I hate to.
Sorry, Chris. I could probably pull up an insurance cert.
No, it's
So,
okay. It's okay.
I honestly think this is actually referring more to, like negligent professional acts, errors and omissions, things like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not necessarily your professional liability coverage
Yeah.
limits, but.
Errors and omissions, that's another, that's
Yeah.
part of that, again is kind of set, there's standards, and then if your standard's higher than what they're typically providing, or we're typically providing, there's a small cost to go to that, to a different level, so.
Do you have any questions for us? Note that the board is planning on making a decision this evening, but the award will be contingent upon approval of a written contract.
I think we've worked through a lot of.
I mean, we won't keep you longer than you have to, but.
I think if we're selected, there's certainly questions we would definitely want to get back, here as soon as possible to discuss what we've talked about needing to discuss, but.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything that's pertinent that needs to be answered tonight on our behalf.
All of our
if there's any
questions
questions, once you do open the fee proposal, when you decided on us, feel free to reach back out if you do have questions.
Call me tonight, please.
Yeah.
I'm happy to take your call at whatever hour if it's, hey, Andy, guess what? Okay, so, no other questions. I mean, I feel a lot of the getting to know you part happened tonight. So maybe we can scrunch the schedule. The reason I have this open is I'm looking at the schedule that we put together for the RFQ, just in case there are any detailed questions such as schematic design, stuff like that, or milestones. But if we could close, and why NV5 is how I'd like to leave that taste in your mouth, if it's okay. So, we honestly consider ourselves your accountability partner. And a lot of times people look at us and they go, what does that mean, your accountability partner? Well, it means we're there with you every step of the way, shoulder to shoulder, oftentimes out in front, thinking ahead of what pitfalls are going to happen so that you never even know about it. We're going to build trust with you. We're going to help you to be proactive as a board, to make good decisions in a timely fashion. We're going to make this very complicated, difficult, taxing, energized process as predictable as it could be. We're not going to be trying to find our way through the dark with blindfold on, in a closet looking for a light switch. There's no diving catches, no three-point plays. Everything with our firm is very calculated because we've done it a bunch. It's fun to make three-point shots or win state championships, but we're not going to have to do that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that, by the way. So we're very calculated. I'm already thinking about next steps. So when you call tonight, we can have a deeper conversation about when we kick things off. So with that, I'd be remiss if I didn't say we'd love to have your business. Promise you we're going to hit it out of the park. Please give us some consideration, and we'll wait for your call. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. I'm
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for talking to us for an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
Red Bulls.
No, that's dangerous. I can't drive and eat cake. My wife, if she found that out, she'd have my hide.
That's awesome. My son's 6 and he just started wrestling this year.
Oh.
So he's not gonna make the state tournament this weekend.
Have to have
We're going
a
to
car player, I can't
South
do that.
Carolina for my daughter's gymnastics weekend.
Oh, and
We
get
Yeah.
that. First
Thank
round.
you guys, though, sorry we kept you late.
No, apologies, you guys
Sorry
have
you
to
had to wait
drive,
on
we're
us.
good.
It's okay. Look, we enjoy those situations where you celebrate students and
Yeah.
that's good stuff. That's why we're all
Thank
busy.
you. Nice to meet you, yeah,
Good to
thank
meet
you
you.
so much,
Yeah.
nice to meet you.
Thanks for coming.
Oh, good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Tell Frank I said hi.
Thanks for your time.
Good to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for
Pleasure.
sir.
Safe going home.
Thanks. Thank you. Yep.
Good to see you again. Nice to meet
Okay,
you.
nice to meet you guys, thank you. Enjoy the rest
We
of
will.
the
I
evening.
think the weather's looking, we're gonna beat the weather.
We didn't meet, but thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Hopefully you
My
do.
pleasure.
Thank you so much for your time. Yeah, you too.
Love the optimism.
All right,
We're gonna beat the weather.
We are
That's
gonna
right,
beat the
do
weather. We're gonna beat this. I hope you're-
Get it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. See ya.
Safe travels home.
Well, I was wrong.
Hate to say it, but I figured.
All right. Does anybody need another recess?
No,
No, let's go.
not till it's over.
Let's just get done.
So, next item of business is discussion of owners rep candidates. And I first am gonna ask, how much can we discuss the overlap with the storm damage owners rep situation and their desire to possibly be engaged on that?
We can certainly discuss that as a board. This is completely an open session, so it's open to discuss.
Why did they not apply for the first time, do you suppose?
I didn't know of them at that time.
Oh.
So I don't know why they didn't apply. It sounded like they
Sound
heard
like they
about
were
it.
It sounds like the
Yeah.
one did, but the other one sounded
Didn't.
kind of surprised. Yeah, it
Well, I
sounds like
think
Chris heard.
I think Chris knew about it from this discussion tonight.
Oh, that could be.
Maybe so.
It could be.
So for whatever reason, I would guess that they just missed it. Or
Mhm.
didn't see
Probably.
it. But that's a valid question we could ask.
Yeah.
You have a
It seems to
number
me
we
like
can
it'd be a
call
lot simpler if they did
Why-
both rather than trying to
My thing
deal
is
with
the
two.
same. I think whatever group we pick, I would like to see one do it all.
Yeah,
You know,
I
if
agree.
that's possible.
And you haven't offered a contract to either. You haven't signed a contract, so
Right.
you're okay. You may, the only question I don't know is if we need to reopen you don't have to have it open for long, but you just officially put it on your website, open it just like a job position and say, hey, would you like to
Apply.
apply?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You just might have to go through that process.
I'd like to see that happen.
I think
Kathy
you kinda-
checking on that piece might be good.
So you guys were way, you like this last one the best?
So my opinion is definitely in regards to the Best Grant project, they are, I mean,
Qualified.
there's nothing
Yeah.
nobody's close to that.
Extremely
They're-
qualified.
Yeah, they're way ahead of everybody, in my opinion.
So.
And that might be, to
I'm-
answer your question,
I like
might
what
be
you put.
partially why they missed the other one, because they probably, in somewhat respects, more look to the Best Grant stuff.
It's possible.
like
You know,
NB5 is a major global corporation, like 4,000 some employees in the
Oh,
world.
gosh.
So this is just one branch, but.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
just
you
saying
might
that
be
could
right.
be,
The focus of this
you
team
know,
is definitely
but
best.
the other one that we interviewed the first time didn't apply on this one.
So do we have to table it to make a or to make a decision on,
We don't necessarily have to,
I think we can make a decision on the Best Grant piece, right, and then come back to make a decision on the hail
Or if you
damage
did,
and we'll
maybe
come back
one of
up.
these.
Right, like doing it by the book, making sure we're staying.
so my concern with, my only concern about is if we select NB5 tonight, and for whatever reason, they're not a candidate for storm damage, then we've already hooked on with them.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And then we're tied on to a situation where we have two owners reps.
I'd be more comfortable tabling it or postponing it or whatever we need to do until we get an application.
With a special
But
Or see if
the
they're
other side of
interested.
this is, I would like to engage with them in this level of questioning on the roof and hail damage We didn't hear anything about roof repairs and envelope work with them tonight. Heard a ton about HVAC, and I think there's probably nobody better at HVAC.
Well, looking at their,
Well, that's why
looking
they're
at their
here.
book here, they do quite a bit of that kind of work, so.
And they did, for Levi Kramer, they're doing all the hail damage
Yeah.
work, so
So
it's
just-
not out of their scope.
Right, and just so you know, these are the reference questions. Well, I called Sierra Grande Schools, PK-12. This one here, it was PK-12 replacement facility best grant, and they gave him, this was all Strasburg. I'm sorry. The other one for this was Fowler. So I called Fowler and Strasburg for the NV5, and both of them had great things to say about them. I didn't think any of these reps or out of the books that I would call, but I figured they'd always tell me good stuff, right? Well, they didn't. I mean, there was other ones that we both checked on, and they said, I don't know, and like the answer sheet, Marcia talks about it, didn't give the best review. And so on this one,
So Jamie,
two different
as you
schools.
walk through these, don't mention individual names.
About references, yeah.
Oh, no, I'm not, not
Just
even
be
about
careful not
schools.
to mention individual names. Go ahead on what you're doing, but.
You can say the positive reviews, yeah, just.
Yeah, just positive reviews.
Yeah.
But don't even say like which school district I'm talking.
You can say the school district.
Okay.
Just
okay.
don't say
Yeah,
an
who I
individual
talking-
name.
Yeah. So anyways, I checked on two for the NV5, and they were both really good reviews. The two that I just sporadically took to out here in this section of the world, so they have the same struggles to get out in this section of the world. So NV5 was highly recommended, and I know Marcia told you this, but then the Amtech one, the guy that I got to call me back up at his scope, he'd said that they did several projects, and he said he couldn't speak highly enough about this group either. Like just tenfold over and over, and he said I've used them in several different projects. I asked him, I got into it, well, what do you, I know they're a roofing company, do you think they do, I know HVAC is related, but it doesn't really, they don't really claim to be an HVAC guy, but he said anything he had, and it was a big district, he said, I'll never use anybody but these guys. Cherry Creek. So, just so you know, I mean, that's the feedback I got on both, so I'm 100% confident with just those two things. Whichever way you guys wanna go and you go, I think we could do. I agree I didn't think this one was gonna surprise me near as much as it did, because I like the down-homeness, the way they answered, it felt trustworthy. This guy he didn't have the backing, so he was trying to do it by himself. But, I don't know, just, this guy was really, really, really adamant about how much he loved these guys and how great they did and everything too, so. But, my feeling would be if you do one to do both, I think you're probably better off. Just make everything more streamlined and easier, but.
Marcia, I'd be curious what you think, because you're dealing with them.
Right. Well, and Mr. Lorenzini probably will deal with them the most, and I
Okay.
appreciate you did those reference checks, and that's why you got these two. They were the highest reference checks. I would say with this particular project, my opinion was that, I think they were Lacey's.
They were Lacey's.
No, the other Lacey.
Oh, wait, that Lacey.
Oh, there you go.
As
They're
long as
yours,
we're-
actually, they're yours.
Well, I'll keep them, because they weren't.
Yeah, they
I know
were originally yours, and you should have offered them to me.
No, because I left them before I left, and I was like, I'm gonna grab those books and take them, just for
And then
that.
I had
And I was
them.
like, I think I gave them to her, so then I left her, and she said, no, I left them with you, I'm like, oh, maybe they were, you saw the.
I had him.
So can we successfully navigate where we're at right now and be able to do an apples to apples comparison with Amtech, who desires to be owner's rep over both projects, and possibly engage NV5 on the storm damage piece as well? So we're looking at two firms that are providing
So here's
full scope
something to
for both
consider.
projects.
Would you want Amtech to do the HVAC? From what I heard tonight, I would personally prefer NV5. That I know. You still haven't decided on the owner's rep for the storm damage, and you can decide that, whether you want to go with Amtech in the future. If NV5 wants to go ahead and put an RFQP out for that, then you still can say, okay, maybe we want to bring Answer, NV5, and Amtech in. Or maybe you're like, nope, now we're just Amtech and NV5, and move in that route. But if you go with NV5, doesn't mean that the next decision is made.
Correct.
But from my perspective, what you had asked was, just listening to it, I felt very confident with NV5's answers, and it's like, oh, I feel like that would I could just kind of rest, they could communication, updates on the website, they could talk on they could answer the questions
Yeah.
at the level that I was hoping for. I wasn't so worried about the insurance, but that was a legal counsel request. The other, I thought, oh, okay, it's more of a hope.
But I don't believe that either one would be, I think we have two great candidates.
I agree with that. Yeah.
I think either way we go, we're gonna be fine. I guess for me, one of the biggest reasons why this board was solidified on owner's rep situation was to take as much load off of you
Correct.
as we can, so that you can focus on the things that you love to focus on and that we want you to focus on. And I believe on the best grant piece, for sure, NB5 sounds like they would provide us the best opportunity to do that for you.
I appreciate that, and I agree, and this one's urgent.
Right.
This project is on a definitive timeline, so we need to move forward with it. The storm damage, you have as much time as you want to with that.
Not quite.
Really, I mean, because it's a replacement cost once you get a tolling agreement and all of that is in place. This one, I need you to move on probably sooner rather than later, because they need to get going.
And I would hesitate, you know, it was mentioned maybe tabling this one, I would hesitate doing that just because I know from what my son in the electrician world has said that parts are backed up a year and even more so in some cases. And he was saying he was just hearing some of those things are backed out for 60 weeks.
Both of them
That
said
puts
the
us-
same thing.
That puts us, right up against, I mean, I'm just saying, we need to choose, we need to choose this tonight.
Yeah.
That puts us up against April when we want to start anyway, and I think they're wanting, for sure, both parties would want all of those parts and pieces here before they even boots on the ground.
Yeah,
So-
for me, it was question number 5, when the first gentleman said, I will follow the best matrix, and then the second team said, this is how you do it. You do this, and you do this, and you do this, then you check this box, and you'll be like, she could do it in her sleep, right? So,
Yeah.
for me, I was like, ooh, for best, they gave very specific examples of how to do it.
Amtech did tell us in both interviews for storm damage and tonight that they've done a couple of best grants.
A couple versus several.
Hundreds.
Yes. I think
50 plus, they
there
said.
were 2 selling points for me. One of them was that, well, actually 3. The other piece was when they said that it doesn't matter really what level of coverage they have, they will get what we need and they'll make sure it meets board policy. That was refreshing. And then the other piece of it was the fact that they actually spoke to the design build and the issues with that. We didn't hear that from, which maybe he had his own thoughts about it, didn't want to really share those with us. That's one thing. I feel like that's the level of transparency I think I want and am expecting is, hey, this could be an issue, we're going to bring it to you right away. I appreciate that.
I'm kind of curious. Yeah.
So.
I don't know what to ask tonight.
Why are we pursuing the design build?
That's what was decided upon before me, Millie.
That came from the whole Millick proposal. The
Okay.
biggest advantage of the design build is that you can move quickly. It's quicker.
But it's not set in stone for us.
It is
right?
not.
Nope.
Okay.
No contracts.
So we had to
No,
change
but,
something.
I mean, the question appeared that maybe we're set in stone on that, but it also generated some great discussions. So-
And they're thinking through it.
Yeah, they're already planning.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm still a
they're
little
on it.
confused. Is everybody, does everybody understand all those processes from design build to owner's rep? Because here's what am I not understanding this right? So if you design build, you don't usually have an owner's rep.
You can.
Typically, though.
You have the
Typically.
option of not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. I mean,
The biggest difference
he kept
is-
saying, what was the other one? Design build, design.
Design bid.
Design bid build.
Bid.
Yeah.
And then
So-
the contract.
And then there's, yeah, and just contractual.
Right.
So, as long as we all kind of know what that is, but.
I think that discussion can be had after we hire an owner's rep.
Right, yeah, I think.
Because both of them had dialogue on both systems, so.
I move that we pursue a agreement with NV5 for the owner's rep for the best grant.
So we'll have that motion later. There's
Okay.
actually an action item under 10.2, Brad.
Okay. I withdraw my motion.
Quickly.
It's a little different.
Because there's some specific language on there that we need to mention. too.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Any other discussion before we move into board report? Are there any, so next item of business, board reports, are there any board reports at this time?
quick one for pre-K. With policy council last Wednesday, there were no parents actually. So they didn't have a quorum, so there wasn't really a meeting. Just a few things were shared and exchanged, but nothing real important was discussed because it was just the group that knows already. And meet and confer was moved from 2 Wednesdays ago to this coming Friday. So we meet then.
I went to the Ag Advisory Meeting. Most of the discussion was around the oyster fry, which is coming up March 21st, I believe. So that was really about all that was discussed there.
Yeah, and today's Green Hand Day, so we'll be kicking off.
And this FFA week, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Mortensen, did you want to provide a report at all about the ditch stakeholder meetings? Or thank you for representing us there. Anything?
Had annual meeting. The assessments for the Upper Platte and Beaver were set at $403 per share this year. Pruitt assessments are $240 per share. Nothing out of the ordinary other than that, I guess.
Any other board reports?
DAC.
Okay.
Whenever, last Wednesday, yes. I was there till about 6 and then I had to leave. They were in some discussions and going through some stuff with Marcia, and then I had to head out. So if you can elaborate a little bit more as to what else.
Absolutely. So we went over the DAC goals. There's 3. Really focused in on our board policy KB, the parent engagement policy, and had lengthy conversation around that. It was good. Just how to engage more parents and what can be done, what's in our control, what's not. So that was the conversation. To be continued.
Yeah, the only other thing, Paul and I did some tours last week in the schools. Paul did all 3 campuses. I only made it to the secondary campus at the end of that tour time frame. And we should have probably said this in front of all the people, but some of the highlights were just the student involvement in the hallways with each other, like during passing periods, and the noise and no cell phones. You could just see a healthier culture with the kids, and I really liked that. The objectives that Marcia and Lindsay and team have been talking about, some of those were very clear. The engagement piece where they were trying to see if kids were responding in that 10-minute period, we saw a little bit of that happening. Even teachers that didn't have students were happy to tell us about what was happening in their classroom for the day. So I felt we were very welcomed. The culture seemed very healthy. The staff seemed engaged and really talking to each other in the hallways. So overall, I was very pleased with the tour experience at the secondary campus, and unfortunately couldn't make the other 2. So any other additions you have, Paul, and Matt? But it was
I'm going
good.
to tag on with Marcia's discussion on this during the superintendent's report.
Okay, great.
Any other board reports? Next item of business, 9.2, superintendent's report.
So going right to that, so the board observations, I just want to shout out at DAC, it was celebrated that board members were in the classrooms. They appreciated that taking the time to come in and just see the hard work that's going on. So just wanted to say thank you for that, and wanted to look at what other opportunities we could provide, maybe do that, if you want to do that in April or May or late March, if there's a date that would work well for you. So, or a time of day that would work better. I'm open to that as well. So, didn't know if there's a certain day. I'm just going to throw out March 20th is a day. Don't know if that's open. I'm just looking at like emptier spots right now.
If we did the 20th, I could possibly hit the other campuses if we did it in the morning, but I'd have to be done by noon again on that day, if that's helpful feedback for you, Marcia.
Okay. Does that work for anyone else?
Morning would be fine that day.
Okay.
I would need a different option, but.
Okay. So there's one, and let's find one other option. Again, these are optional. It's certainly not required.
I will say though that I think this is one of the most valuable things that I've done as a board member since coming on this board. To see the response from the teachers and for me to see what's actually going on in our classrooms firsthand, I was completely impressed with all of the campuses, and the classroom management it exceeded all my expectations. Every classroom we went into was very well managed, and students were focused, and I didn't observe any disciplinary behavior. I mean, I don't know how you get that many kids focused like that in that time period. Some of it is that everybody knows there's a board member and superintendent in the building, right? But also the students that when we entered the room, there's 4 of us together. We entered the room, and kids would look up from their work and see that we're in there and immediately turn back their focus, which is incredible to me, because I don't know how you get kids to do that. They want to be engaged with that teacher. And so from my perspective, we are doing amazing things in those classrooms. I cannot wait to see how it translates to our outcome metrics that we're putting together. Our teachers are doing a great job, and I felt very welcomed. I know that hasn't been comfortable in the past for the school buildings and staff to have board members in the building. I didn't get that sense at all. And so I think some of this piece really goes into the building the trust that Marcia's been working so hard on, and building culture, and for us to have a better understanding of what is happening in the schools. So I just implore you to try to make time to do this, because I think it's incredibly valuable.
So I'm going to toss out another time. What about Wednesday, March 26th in the afternoon? Anytime that day, but I was just...
I'm open anytime that day.
You want to do an afternoon so you can see something different?
Sure.
Work for anyone else?
I need morning, so I'll stick with the other date.
Okay.
We're good.
I could do that one too, Marcia, if that's
Okay,
helpful.
that's
so.
great. Let's go ahead and book it for that afternoon. I also appreciated both Mr. Chard and Mrs. Hanson just giving a little write-up that I was able to share out with staff that day. It was very, very nice, and they were looking for positive. That's what this is about. This is about building relationships and looking for all the great things that are going on. It was a good time. All right. For everyone's sake, I'm going to go quick. So if you have questions, just ask, okay? I can also meet with you offline. All right? You see the action items there, so I'm not gonna go there. Facilities, if you look at the list, I think I have it on the screen, yep. Are there any that you would like an update on?
How about the ADA doors process?
Main hallways operable today.
I pressed the button, I was so excited.
So that's all taken care of. The only one
Open.
tomorrow, he'll be back tomorrow to start on hanging the hardware on one of the other 2 openings. And I'll get with him in the morning to see which one he's doing first. He's got the hardware to do both, so I just don't know for sure where I'll have him start. Probably the main entrance into the comp gym be where we'll start tomorrow. And then me and Bobby got to work out some logistics just to get into the office part for his relay. I'll get him tomorrow on that. That won't be totally all the way 100% finished, but it was really good, no hiccups, got them installed, got them wired in, so we're good. Jay's doing a really good job, and the electrician's been more than willing to get there on time for us, so happy with that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was thrilled to press the button. I saw it there and I actually pressed it and it opened. I can't tell you, Mr. Lorenzetti. Thank you, and we had PBC with us. And they kind of looked at me odd that I was so excited that the door opened. And I said, well, Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I'm like, no, you don't understand. This is just a happy moment. I'm just
The
celebrating
simple
this.
things in life.
Yes, right, because I didn't know it was completed. I'd been there earlier this week. All right, earlier this week, the end of last week, and the electrician was there. Anything else with facilities?
How far off are we on HVAC estimate coming back, do you know?
Do you want to give a synopsis, or you want me to?
On the
March
HVAC
10th is when that will be.
Okay.
From getting it all cleared up, the last thing I got was today when Travis was, so you wanna do it or would
For me, it's
Good.
like, at what date will we have TEI the information that they need to move forward?
Supposed to be March 10th,
Okay.
right at this moment. Anything else there with facilities? All right, Mr. Lorenzini, you need to go. I've been up since like 2 because you get to work at 4:30. You're welcome to stay, but
Well, you know,
thank you. Thank you
gotta-
so much.
So I don't have to, they'll pick that, right?
I think
Okay.
they know who they're picking.
Beautiful, I do too.
I
Awesome.
heard a motion. That was
Okay,
withdrawn.
sounds good.
So it could change, and if it changes, I'll text you.
I'm on board. You guys have a good rest of the night.
Let me mention one more thing in case you want to be involved in this discussion. The sports complex piece, I would like to consider engaging our owner's rep to start with that project first, because we're talking summer 2025, right? And hiring a general contractor and all the things that I would love to have an owner's rep do for us.
So if we do a new RFQP, we could just include the
that in it.
sports complex and the storm damage, and it's just the whole
Well, that
thing.
is, and I never heard 100% was that actually, what part of that was and wasn't in the storm damage plan, and what part of it got redone and which one didn't.
Yeah.
I think that's still part of the in-between on the lines, but I agree, yes.
And the maintenance building could also be included in
My
that.
point is, if we're hiring contractors, let's let an
Right.
owner's rep,
Yeah.
let them take off with that.
And that's what MB5 will do, right? They won't just be, if they do that, if they jump on that other side, they won't just do the roofs, they'll be doing the steel, the roofs, up the whole scope for the
Window.
insurance. So, okay.
You're
Yeah,
good
no, I
with
agree.
us proceeding that direction though?
Yeah.
Makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, good night.
All right, see you guys, thanks.
I think that's
Thank you,
all I have
Mr.
on that.
Lorenzini. I
Well, thank
appreciate
you
your
guys.
long day today.
Not a problem.
Long day every day, but particularly today.
You can have it,
You
buddy.
sure?
That's all you.
Yeah, look, I got a nice new pin out of this deal
Look
too.
at that. It's a
All
good
right.
day.
See you guys.
See you. Doing some cake?
No, ma'am.
All right. Finances, questions about those? Instruction, I think most of this has been touched on. Instead of, I can give more in superintendent updates, is there anything you would like to know more about?
Does everybody understand what PEBC is and,
Mm-hmm.
okay,
We did that last Monday.
okay.
Okay. Personnel report, I do want to highlight 2 things there. Want to make sure I have my right names because I don't want to. Oh, there, you just have it right there. Lovely. It's this late. So Sheila Bostrom and Marsha Peterson are just 2 people that have given so much to this district. So I just want to highlight they're officially asking for retirement tonight, coming back for critical shortage. So they're not leaving us. I talked to Marsha. She said, I still love what I'm doing, but I just want to highlight that because they both have given a lot.
Yes.
2 high quality staff members.
If I can mention that her classroom is one that we visited and
Yes.
she's very high quality.
Yeah,
Right,
I don't
Mrs.
know.
Peterson is.
I don't know Mrs. Bostrom as well. Marsha had one of my boys, but when I saw accept retirement of Marsha Peterson, I didn't read the whole thing. I'm like, but no. And then I'm like, oh, okay, good. Let's
Right.
take it around. I like that.
It's deserving her work,
Mhm.
both of their dedication, their work is worth just pausing for
For
a
sure.
second.
I appreciate that.
The first reading, GCID. This is the continuing education. I've discussed it, I've shared it. With Meet and Confer, it'll go back to Meet and Confer this Monday, so we can discuss that next month. If you have questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. IHCDA, this was up in the earlier part under instruction. And this has been the result of a couple of meetings. This was going to be a more of a presentation, but then with owner's rep, I told Mr. Bass he didn't need to stay. So I'll give you the short version. It's first reading, so we can talk about it more next month when we don't have owner's rep interviews theoretically. Maybe we will, who knows? But at some point. What you'll notice if you skim down into the second page, I also have it showing on the screen, is about fees. We can't, and there's some language in there we have to cross out to align it with the 2019 concurrent law. So that's why those are crossed out. So one of those is we cannot ask parents or guardians to pay for classes that students fail. It's not allowable in the law. So therefore there needs to be teeth, right? There needs to be some skin in the game. If a student takes a concurrent class, we just want them, we can prevent them from taking another class, but we want to make sure the parent and guardian and all of us are in agreement, like, yeah, this is worth doing. And so we're going to ask that parents and guardians pay the first $200 of fees. Now, most classes are not $200 worth of fees. I can give you a rundown of the average cost, but that's going to be the change, the recommended change. And again, we can discuss it next month. In second reading, first aid is going to stay there as a hold. ICICA, we talked about during the board work session, nothing different there since that board work session. So the only one I want to touch on is GBGG, and I will pull it up here. You had the version that I sent you with your board packet with Ms. Ortiz's comments, and so you could see why those changes were in place. I've now put those changes here. This underlined portion that I have on the screen was on the original GBGG policy. So when I was talking with President Chard last Wednesday, one of the things that we had discussed was with Ms. Ortiz's recommendation of this penalty, that instead of going from the double docking them, which is the practice in the past, she recommends that we not follow that practice, but instead to dock 1 day of pay for each day they're absent. So it would actually be a docking of pay. So then, and that would be for those unauthorized leave days. So what constitutes an unauthorized leave day? That was the conversation President Chard and I had. So I just took it off the original GBGG policy, and that's where, hey, you cannot use it prior to or immediately following a holiday or scheduled vacation period, and so forth. This is going to need to stay in second reading again, actually, because it needs to go to meet and confer this week. So I'm just pointing that out. Any questions there? So you're going to see it next month. We can talk about it more. Please feel free to send feedback my way.
So no vote on this one tonight.
Right, exactly. This is one you'll see a new version of after the meet and confer meeting, and then it will go back to Ms. Ortiz, and then you'll see a version that I'll be recommending for March. Third readings are your policies there. Nothing surprising there. You will notice that IKR, that opt-out form, the formatting looks slightly different because we had to follow accessibility laws. That's the reason for the formatting change.
Okay.
And thank you to Mrs. Smith for her work on that. Appreciated that. And that's all I have, President Chard.
So, can you speak to the reason you're talking about accessibility laws?
Great.
Is that something we need to review on all policy pieces then?
It's something we have to.
Or is this because this is a form that's distributed?
We have to review it on all digital documents. So anything that goes out digitally on our website, policies, any communications, Facebook, all have to follow the accessibility law that was passed and was supposed to be implemented July 1st of 2024. However, they've allowed us to do a plan of implementation this year, and then July 1st of 2025, it goes into full implementation. Part of our plan was training our admin team, which we did. We did that in the fall. Then in January, we trained key personnel. That's when Mrs. Smith attended. We brought in somebody from Centennial BOCES to train them. And then this Friday, we're training all staff. That's why they're all coming together. We're gonna have breakfast, have an accessibility training. And it's so that everybody is aware that following July, so start practicing. So I had requested that all administrators start
communicating with the accessibility law in place. So if you look at my staff emails, board emails, they've been tweaked slightly, like you remove like horizontal lines, pictures, text boxes, tables, you can't have tables in there. Anything you can't read on Adobe with an Adobe Reader has to be removed. Mr. Murphy is by far much more of an expert than I am. Mr. Murphy, is there anything else you would want to add?
No. I don't know if you remember, but when we picked a new website, one of the big reasons was we wanted something that had those visual accessibility tools built into it. So that was a switch to ProShare helped us a lot.
So what did you have to do to IKR to make it compliant?
So
Just quickly, where I'm going with this is like, are we gonna, what's our review process on it? There's a lot of policy documents, right? Like a lot.
So I had to remove the table. There was quite a few tables in there that were not accessible, so I had to remove the tables. But our Adobe program, I have a program that these 4 policies that we're approving tonight, I have ran through, and so I do have a certification to say that it meets all the accessibility requirements.
And then she just files it.
Yep, and then I just file it away, and that's kind of my plan going forward is every time we get it.
And I, that's one of the things that she gets to do is she is our chief implementation of accessibility laws. So every Facebook post, everything we put on our website, and so this weekend I put a whole bunch of things on Facebook, and this Monday morning I told Lacey, I'm like, so put a few things on Facebook this weekend. They're all going to need to be redone. Can you edit that?
Is there a way that we could add to each policy piece that you have reviewed and said this is good?
Certified.
Just at the bottom, like we've got all the adopted and revised dates, so that I can
Meets
look and
accessibility
say.
requirements, like just that
On
little
this date,
phrase
because you have
bottom,
the
yeah.
certificate for it.
Yeah, that'd be
Just
that'd
add
be
a line
really
there.
good. That way you don't double do what you're doing.
Yes.
Double do, is that a word? It's 10 o'clock. Oh.
Right, I hear you.
I get what you're saying, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Sorry to rabbit trail on that, but that's a
Yeah.
pretty big deal.
Basically anything digital that has an audience of more than one person as a public entity, we have to follow these rules. So even curriculum, if a teacher takes a textbook and scans it and it sends a PDF, it's not screen readable, that is not.
Can't do it.
So,
Okay.
so luckily our Adobe Creative Suite comes with all of our staff have Adobe Pro, so we don't need to put the training together and PDFs. That way. But we have all the tools we need in place for them to make compliant.
Okay. Anything else on your report, Marcia?
Not unless anybody has a question.
Can we go home?
Pretty short, right? For me.
We got a few more. It'll go quick now.
I was short.
That was short for a superintendent.
I'm just highlighting that.
I just figured if I had any questions, I'd text you. How about that?
Okay, absolutely, anytime.
So, next item of business, we're into action items, so 10.1, curriculum. Is there a motion for item 10.1?
I move to approve the curriculum request for music and handwriting for $82,890 and $82,890.79.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the curriculum request for music and handwriting. Is there any debate? There is no debate. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Garrett?
Aye.
Mrs. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Mortensen?
Aye.
Mr. Tadalini?
Aye.
Mr. Wincheimer?
Aye.
Mr. Chart?
Aye. Motion passes. Next item of business, 10.2, selection of owner's representative for BEST grant.
I move to select NV5 as the owner's representative for the BEST Grant project contingent upon approval of a written contract.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to select NV5 as the owner's rep for the BEST grant project contingent upon approval of a written contract. Is there any debate? There is no debate. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Garrett?
Aye.
Mrs. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Mortensen?
Aye.
Mr. Tadalini?
Aye.
Mr. Wincheimer?
Aye.
Mr. Chart?
Aye. Motion passes. Next item of business, 10.3, personnel report. Is there a motion for item 10.3?
Okay.
I move to approve the personnel report as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the personnel report. Is there any debate? There is no debate. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Garrett?
Aye.
Mrs. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Mortensen?
Aye.
Mr. Totolini?
Aye.
Mr. Wincheimer?
Aye.
Mr. Chart?
Aye. Motion passes. Next item of business, 10.4, policies. Is there a motion for item 10.4?
Is this still good? This is good, okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna give it a shot. I move the policies DJ, DJA, DJB, DJBR, DJE, DAB, GDD, IKAR be granted final approval, and that policy ICICA be presented for third and final reading at the next regular board meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve policies and move ICICA to third and final reading for the next board meeting. Is there any debate? There is no debate. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Garrett?
Aye.
Mrs. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Mortensen?
Aye.
Mr. Totolini?
Aye.
Mr. Wincheimer?
Aye.
Mr. Chart?
Aye. Motion passes. Next item of business, 10.5, 2025-2026 Brush School District Calendar. Is there a motion for item 10.5?
I move to approve the 2025-2026 Brush School District Calendar as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the 2025-2026 Brush School District Calendar. Is there any debate?
I do want to just say that we did a work session around this last week and wanted to thank the calendar committee for the hard work and diligence they put in and the research and just all the information they provided to the board. So thank you for that.
Any other debate? There is no further debate. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Garrett?
Aye.
Mrs. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Mortensen?
Aye.
Mr. Totolini?
Aye.
Mr. Wincheimer?
Aye.
Mr. Chart?
Aye. Motion passes. Next item of business, 10.6, disposal of vehicle. Is there a motion for item 10.6?
I move to authorize the disposition of the 1999 Chevy Suburban and authorize its disposal by auction in accordance with district policy.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to authorize the disposition of the 1999 Chevy Suburban.
Sorry, you
Who
guys
was
were kind
second?
of about the same time. Who's
Sean.
Sean, okay, thank you.
You got your motion
Sorry,
and second?
yeah, sorry, Mr.
Okay,
Turner.
you're good. It's good to keep things accurate. Is there any debate on that one? There is no debate. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Garrett?
Aye.
Mrs. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Mortensen?
Aye.
Mr. Totolini?
Aye.
Mr. Wincheimer?
Aye.
Mr. Chart?
Aye. Motion passes. Next item of business, 10.7, disposal of tech supplies.
I move to authorize the disposition of the surplus of tech supplies from the Connecting Colorado Students program in accordance with district policy.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to authorize the disposition of the surplus of tech supplies. Any debate? There is no debate. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Garrett?
Aye.
Mrs. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Mortensen?
Aye.
Mr. Totolini?
Aye.
Mr. Wincheimer?
Aye.
Mr. Chart?
Aye. Motion passes. Next item of business, 10.8, capital reserves account. Is there a motion for 10.8?
I move to transfer $8,383,970.65 from the general fund to the capital reserve fund.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to transfer $8,383,970.65 from the general fund to the capital reserve fund. Is there any debate?
Mr. Chard, do we need to provide any transparency to the public on this?
That
or
would be good.
Would you like to do that?
I can.
Okay.
Let me pull that up quick.
Usually Bryson does this for us, but since he's out today as treasurer.
So that total comes from $7,513,610.65 of remaining hailstorm damage claim revenue. Also $140,000 in insurance deductible reserve, and the remaining would be $730,360 to satisfy our 3% of our district budget requirement for Tabor Reserve.
Thank you.
Is there any other debate? There's no further debate. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Garrett.
Aye.
Mrs. Hanson.
Aye.
Mr. Mortensen.
Aye.
Mr. Tadalini.
Aye.
Mr. Wincheimer.
Aye.
Mr. Chard.
Aye. Motion passes. Next item of business, 11.1. Next regular board meeting scheduled for March 17th, 2025 at the district office, 6 p.m. Next item of business will be clarification. Mrs. Cody, do you have any clarifications on anything that occurred during this meeting or any next steps that we need to mention?
Not at this time.
Do any board members have any clarifications? Did any board member hear anything during this meeting that you feel needs to be addressed in policy? Are there any items that need to be added to a future meeting?
I had somebody ask me about the policy, and I know it's in our handbook policy about cold weather and snow and cancellations and late starts. Is there any way to put that more public in, like on the district webpage or something, a quick link to cancellation policies for snow and cold? I'm thinking, you know, I wouldn't, as a parent, probably look through all of them and find it. And so they're just saying, they're getting asked questions and they're like, it might be good to just maybe hang it out there's a little link. This is what we do and why, kind of thing.
There is no further business. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you all. Eventually, we're gonna have owners reps in place, and then you won't have to do this. That's the goal.
You think we'll,
They're gonna bring us
discuss-
general
But you
contracts.
see why you're gonna have it all in place. It's eventually going to be done. At least we only interviewed 2 instead of 3.
Yes, yes.
Thank goodness, huh?